know we got to eat, but this is priority. Getting our people free, waking our people up, right? Oh, y'all been saying that for how long? Right. But just like how long were they in captivity? How long were they in slavery? Right? Go ahead.
Change the ordinance.
They changed the what?
The ordinance.
See, and this is leaked down from the Egyptians, from the Babylonians, from the Greeks, from the Romans. They changed the ordinances. See, because America, why it says they're Babylon, the daughter of Babylon? Because all they did was copy every other nation. All they did was copy every other nation. The Babylonians were as filthy as America now. The homosexuality, the witchcraft, the stargazing, the worshiping the sun, the moon, the stars. That came from the Assyrians and the Babylonians. When they look on the walls and they're like, wow, the Assyrians, the Anunnakis, right? The Sumerians. It's like these cats were worshiping the sun god. So you see the sun, then you see the Assyrians sitting, and it's like, bruh, that don't make them powerful or intelligent. That actually makes them more base because they serve base gods. They didn't serve the one true power, right? And then that's what we have here in Egypt. The Most High just constantly, every time we read about this on the Sabbath, it's a reminder where we're at. It's a reminder how the hell to get out of here. Moses is showing us how to get out of here, right? And the nations, how they think. How do they think? Bro, get your butt back to work, bro. That's what Pharaoh's like. Get back to work. Y'all tripping. And then a lot of our people are what? Genesis 49, right? Judah, Jacob is like a what? It's like an old lion. You right, Op. You right, master. Let me get back to work. You know what I mean? That's why they're looking at us and they just, you know what I mean? Master got me working. Right? That's how they are. They look at us on the streets, they're like, okay, go back to work. They love being blinded, right? What?
We just had the brother John Pastor this morning. He screamed out, America's our home. What he said? He said, America's our home. We live here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is his home. It is his home because this is his rest. Go there. Go to Micha. Was it 2 and 10? See, this is what we're trying to wake up the Hebrew Israelites and you brothers and sisters that constantly help, support, build your nation, right? We're going to go back to the Isaiah 24:5 for Alex. We're going to finish that up, but let's read this. Read that. Where are you at?
Micah chapter 2 and verse 10.
Yeah, help him out. Micah 2 and 10. And we know you brothers that eat the roll, right? Y'all that eat the roll, these are common to y'all. But remember, we got the new brother, so we gotta really go to these verses to show him. Because we can all nod and know what I'm talking about, right? Because we eat this up daily, but there's a lot of new people that don't. Right? Go ahead.
Micah chapter 2 verse 10.
Go ahead.
Arise ye and depart.
Go ahead.
For this is not your rest.
You know why he drove past us and said that this morning? Because this is his rest. This is his Sabbath. His Sabbath is what? America. His peace is America. Right? But the Most High is like, look, this is not our rest. Yeah, we know we take the Sabbath. But even on the Sabbath, we're still what? We're still working. Do you know that in the future, in the kingdom, the Sabbath will really be a Sabbath? Like where we are just by ourselves praising the Most High. With the nation praising the Most High. That's a real Sabbath. But we're having to go out there on the streets, having to do work. Because why? This is not our rest. This is his rest. His 401k, he made it. Right? 401k. Not saying you can't have a 401k. Not saying you can't have some money on the side.
I got one now.
Right, yeah. There's nothing wrong with a 401k. But it's not like all your whole life is geared. That's the difference between them and us. We understand, oh yeah, I'm going to take advantage. I'm going to get this. I'm going to get that. But my whole life ain't geared like a zombie just for that. Yahweh's first. All these other curricular activities and things we got to do outside of that, that's secondary. Right? The Most High is first. I'm a priest first. Right. My job is second. Right? Go ahead.
Because it is polluted.
Because it's what?
It is polluted.
See, right? What the other scriptures? Why is it polluted? The earth is given into the hand of the wicked. He said that he what? Isaiah 24 verse 5 said, because they transgressed the laws, changed the ordinances. It's polluted. So why is polluted? We're not okay with it being polluted. This is his America. That's it. This is his home. This is a reminder to us that we're not going to be the people that are enslaved and you start thinking like them. What is it called? We're not going to have Stockholm Syndrome.
Right.
He got Stockholm Syndrome. He's okay with his masters whooping him and beating him and telling him. Now they what? Kissing him and they're best friends with him, right?
Yeah.
The Most High is waking us up to see, nah, we don't have to be a part of this. That's why he said we're in the world but not of the world. Read.
It shall destroy you.
It shall do what?
It shall destroy you.
It shall do what?
It shall destroy you.
And what has it done for our people? It destroyed us in what way? Go to Hosea 4 and 6. Come on, let's go down the yellow brick road. Let's go down the yellow brick road for Brother Alex just to show him. You know what I mean? According to the scriptures. You got to write these down too. Write these down. Read that, Hosea 4 and 6. It shall destroy you. Read that.
Hosea chapter 4 verse 6.
Go ahead.
My people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge.
There you go. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. That's how it destroyed us. Why? Read on.
Because thou hast rejected knowledge.
That's why this is not our rest. Because it will destroy you. And then what happens when they're destroyed? They reject the knowledge. Oh, go home. What are y'all doing? This is our home. Man, these Uncle Tom Negroes, man. And I don't just mean that, just basic slavery talk. I mean like literally embedded and rooted spiritually, mentally, physically. They love this place. Huh? They were the ones when they came over here. I wanted to be, in my mind, I was the one that went out in war. Not the ones that were just sitting there like, you know what, master, keep me working. Nah. I went out in a blazing glory. I didn't just submit. Right? And that's what we have to remember, that a lot of these cats submitted. They like it. They love this place. They love the idea. Right? They love the dream. They love the lie. Go ahead.
I will also reject thee.
See, and that's why this is not our rest. Because it is polluted and it will destroy you. And when we love it and when we rest in this place, we get destroyed. The Most High rejects us. That's why he said, love not the world, neither the things that are in the world. That if any is a friend of the world, he's an enemy of the Most High. Because everything the world teaches us is not of the Father. See, it's easy. 1, 2, it goes right. The Bible tells us. It simplifies it.
Yep.
Right? Go ahead.
That thou should be no priest to me.
So he wants us to get off the corners because he ain't thinking about priesthood. He priest to him is a guy dancing on money on stage. Priest to him is a guy with a nice shiny suit, shaved lip, right? You know what I mean? Talking about touch the screen, and I'm gonna send you a prayer chakif.
Right.
And for $100, this prayer cheek. You're done with that. You're done with that. For $100, this is gonna, like, bruh. You see, that's what they think the Bible's about, and that's why he wants us off the street. We already read it. We went over it the other day in Jeremiah, right? He doesn't want what? They don't want to hear the right thing. They want to hear smooth words, right? So we get that, right? Let's jump back. Where are you at?
I'm at Micah 2 and 10.
Read it one more time.
Micah chapter 2 verse 10.
Go ahead.
Arise ye, depart.
Right.
For this is not your rest.
Go ahead.
Because it is polluted.
It's polluted. Read.
It shall destroy you. even with a sword destruction.
That's why the Most High said this is not our rest. So he loves it because he's okay with it. He's rested. He's good with it. Right? It's not our rest. Go back to Isaiah 24 verse 5.
Isaiah chapter 24 verse 5.
Uh-huh.
The earth also is the fire under the inhabitants thereof.
Go ahead.
Because they have transgressed the law.
So now we know why it's polluted. It's polluted because they transgressed the laws. Go ahead.
Change the order.
They changed the order. The Most High said the Sabbath is on Friday sundown to Saturday sundown. They said it's Sunday. Like when you look at the calendar, literally just changing and not matching up with the moon, that in itself can throw off all your days. Right? Now, don't go crazy over that. The Most High already said it would happen, Daniel 7:25. Right? But they changed the order of things. Right? They don't do nothing in accordance to the Father. They say the woman's the head of the house. Right? The children can run the family. They can divorce the parents. In every aspect and perspective, they change the ordinance of the Most High. Go ahead.
Broken the everlasting covenant.
So think about any law in the Bible, any contract in the Bible, they know how to break it. Yep. They broke it. So, and when I say they, remember, America's the beast, but they sit among all the nations. And all the nations follow that democracy, right? And even the Muslim nations, when you say, well, Dan, certain of the Muslim nations ain't falling under that. The Taliban ain't falling under that. But the Taliban is loony. They worship Allah. They still chopping their women's heads off, right? They don't have no mercy. They don't have no true leadership in teaching, right? They're not teaching their people. They're what? Force feeding them, right? And the Most High is not about force feeding. He's giving you this time for you to desire it, and if not, it's going to come a day where that head is going to get chopped off.
Right.
But they don't understand that because they don't accept Christ. They don't accept the Son of the Most High. Right? So it's all these things. All the nations are polluted. Right? So let's jump back. Let's jump back to where the reading is. Just a reminder what Egypt is. What is it? It's bondage. It's captivity. It's slavery. It's the same conditions we are in now. Go ahead.
All right.
Exodus chapter 5 and verse 2.
Mm-hmm.
And Pharaoh said, who is the Lord that I should obey his voice to let Israel go? I know not the Lord.
Right.
Neither will I let Israel go.
Right.
And they said.
And they don't want to let you go. Yeah. So what do they tell you? Now, there's a manipulative process behind this. They're not saying, first of all, they can't refer to you as the Hebrews, the Israelites, or the people of the Lord. But how they don't let you go is they keep you indoctrinated and busy. That's what this is about. They keep you busy. Doing what? Chasing your butt. Right? They started out. When you're young, to be successful, I want you to envision a big house, a picket fence, 2.5 kids, and a nice EV. Right? That's the dream. And then you're about 8, 9, and you're coloring in school, or younger than that, right? And you're coloring in school, and what? They show you the police officer, they show you the firefighter, right? And you're what? Coloring. I want to be, yeah. And then what? They're doing all the other doctrines in there. Christmas, Halloween, Thanksgiving, President Day. And it's what? It's inseminating you, and you're what? I am American. I am American, right? I'm America. And then you grow up believing what? You're American. You're a damn slave. They literally rape, rob, murdered, pillage your land. But you're what now? I'm American. We come from a line. I'm from the tribe of Reuben. We're the Seminoles. You know what I mean? We are the ones that what? Never back down. Right? They had to wipe us out. You see, what tribe are you? You from tribe of never back down or give up the bootay? I got to spark you men, right? I got to spark us Because Israel, man, we're too complacent. We're too comfortable. What's that, Asa? Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was going to say it's going to be even worse now because they're not even teaching in the schools
Yeah.
that we
Slavery.
Yeah, that we came over.
No,
here.
you were indentured servants, or you were what did they say it was? You were hired.
They say indentured servants.
Yeah, they're hired indentured servants.
Hired indentured servants.
Well, the young boy I talked to, they ain't teach him none of that.
Nah, they just literally just leave it out.
Yeah, so he's just
Yeah.
This where we been.
Yeah. What are you? You're like, what are you talking about? Slavery?
Yeah.
I ain't never been in slavery. And they don't know. Yeah.
And this shows the dichotomy of this man. He don't want you and your children to know the situation, the plight, your history, right? Because he's doing it all for what? So his daughters and his sons don't grow up thinking they would have caused someone's detriment.
Yeah.
They would have caused someone's hurt and pain and anguish.
Yeah.
And psychological damage.
Yeah.
Right? They want their child to grow up free, thinking
Yeah.
that they did nothing.
They did nothing wrong. And that's how America is, man. They're so manipulative. I give it to them though, y'all. I admire America for that. Because psychologically, boy, they know how to twist you. They know how to really control the masses. And when you sit back, right, when I was a dummy in dumb mind, you go along with it, but as you start opening your eyes and waking up, you see the game they're running. So jump back, read on. Come on.
Verse 3.
Uh-huh.
And they said, the God of the Hebrews hath met with us. Let us go, we pray thee, 3 days' journey into the desert, and sacrifice unto the Lord our God, lest he fall upon us with pestilence or with the sword.
Right, that was the warning. Go ahead.
And the king of Egypt said unto them, wherefore do ye, Moses and Aaron, let the people from their works get you unto your burdens?
Right, go ahead.
And Pharaoh said, behold, the people of the land now are many, and ye make them rest from their burdens?
See, you make them rest. See, and that's what we be trying to do. We be trying to give you the real rest. Right? Go to Hebrews real quick. Go to Hebrews. I want to get this real quick. This is not some common that we touch on either. 4. Go to Hebrews 4. And start from verse 4. See, we want the real Shabbat. We want the real rest. Right? We can't even really truly serve the Father like we want to in this captivity. Go ahead.
Hebrews chapter 4 and verse 4.
Go ahead.
For he spake in a certain place of the seventh day on this wise.
Right?
And God did rest the seventh day from all his works.
Right?
And in this place again, if they shall enter into my rest.
Right. If they shall what?
Enter into my rest.
See, what rest is that? You're thinking like, well, that's the Sabbath, huh? We're not truly serving the Sabbath. We got to be on those corners. And yes, we be about the Father's business. But think about it. In the kingdom, are we going to be on the corners? No, we ain't going to have it because the law is going to be written in us. Right? So we have to work. That's why Yahushua said, I be about my Father's business. Right? But that ain't going to happen in the kingdom. I hope y'all didn't think that. This is why, watch what he says. Read.
Seeing therefore it remaineth that some must enter therein.
See, it remaineth that we enter in this rest. Go ahead.
And they to whom it was first preached.
Right.
Entered not in because of unbelief.
See, they didn't enter into this rest. The kingdom, the rest. This is spiritual. Because not only did they not enter into the land to rest, spiritually they never rested because they were still caught up into Egypt. They were caught up into bondage. And I know I'm jumping way ahead in the chapters, but this is Israel. It's going to start out. They never were freed from the bondage spiritually. So they never rested. Our people, man, You come in the truth and you still shake it. Like, oh, bruh, like, what am I doing here? You know what I mean? You talk about priesthood, brother. I need 401, this, I need this. Why I ain't doing the same thing I used to be doing? Right? Huh? How I'm going to live? It's like, hold on, you're still living. Look around. Slow down. You're still breathing. You're still eating. Like, when you still look at it, you're like, well, but damn, I'm catching hell. Who missed the meal? None of y'all are getting skinny as hell. None of you in here. Y'all are chunky as hell. Who missed the meal? None. You eating. Right? But you like, but damn, I'm catching hell. Ever since I came in the truth, I've been catching it. Yes, because you've been fighting. But when you loosen up, you start looking around. The Most High is still taking care of you. You have not been comfortless. Right? You just been right through tribulation. Much tribulation you shall enter into the kingdom. Right? But that's how we are. That's how we were. As you're going to start, as we go through these readings, you're going to see Israel was never freed up. So they never entered into the rest, even coming into the land. Watch, read on.
Again, he limited a certain day.
Right.
Saying in David, today, after so long a time, as it is said, today, if you will hear his voice.
See, after today, why you got to keep repeating that? Because you know why this resonates through time? Because today never was today. Not for a lot of people. Right? How many of us are at rest and at peace with the goal, the calling, what the Most High called you for? Some brothers and sisters are still fighting. Right? They still fighting. They still unsure. They still got to have a plan B. Right? Bro, plan A and B is supposed to be serving the Most High. Everything else can come with it. How do you intergraft that, what you need to get done? Within the truth. Within the word. As opposed to, I got to live my life like the Gentiles for the mammon. Right? No, it's the other way around. The mammon's going to come. That's got to happen. Right? You're going to do that. Right? That's like using the restroom. It's going to happen. But who gets praised first? Right? Go ahead.
Harden not your heart.
Do what?
Harden not your heart.
And that's what you're going to see with Israel. We harden our minds. We harden our spirits. We harden our resilience to humble. Right? We were hardened. Go ahead.
For if Jesus have given them rest, then would he not afterward have spoken of another day?
Right. Well, if Jesus, now here is a bad translation. That's talking about Joshua. So if Joshua would have given them rest, right, then the Most High would have not what? Spoken about another day. If the kingdom back then was the rest, then there would not be another day. You see why we got to still enter into rest? See? And they didn't want rest. Our people still don't want it. Go ahead.
There remaineth therefore a rest to the people of God.
See? If y'all are paying attention, y'all learn a lot from this. There still remains a rest. But I thought we had rest, huh? It's on the 7th day, right? Are y'all listening? He said there still remains a rest. A true Sabbath. A true place to where we're not in servitude. Y'all understand this? Go ahead.
For he that is entered into his rest, he also has ceased from
hold on, listen, because if you read it slow, you're going to understand. He that entered in his rest, he told you that was in the beginning of the 4th verse, that the Most High in the beginning entered into his rest on the 7th day. He that entered into his rest, go ahead.
He also has ceased from his own work.
Stop. A true Sabbath is you cease from all work. Why do we still got to go preach on the streets? Why do we still got to go do the work of the Father? Now, that's for us that's doing that. How about the ones that got to do that? Let's go to work. We have not yet entered in a true rest or a true Sabbath. And that's to come, to really rest. It just said it. If the Most High entered in his rest, what was his rest from? All his work. Right? We got a day too. Go ahead.
As God did from his.
See? Read.
Let us labor therefore.
So why are we working? It's kind of a oxymoron, right? Labor to work, labor to enter into your rest. Work to enter into your rest. And that's what we're doing. We're working so we can be prepared for that day of rest. What?
But the world gets them back, but it's so backwards and blue. They'll tell you to work 25, 30 years for your retirement, your rest. But you're like 60, 70 years old, you're washed up.
Right. You can't even enjoy it.
Right.
And then the government already spent your retirement.
Yeah, that's if you got to. Yeah, if they didn't. You got some of these people that 401ks waiting to poop. You know what I mean?
The government is going to shut down because they spending your retirement. What are you talking about? That's not a rest. You put your trust in lying words, y'all. Like, this place is not going to comfort us. No matter how much we work, no matter how much SSI you got waiting coming for you, right? What my mom say, it's about $600. That ain't paying nothing. $600. She's up there at $600 a month. What that doing for you? That's going to pay one bill. You still have to work at that age. You see the game America? That's why it's called the dream, the American dream. Got you in a damn continual dream, and it's a nightmare on M Street. Right? Go ahead.
To enter into that rest.
Listen, we're laboring, working the will of the Father to enter into that true rest. Read.
Lest any man fall after the same example of unbelief.
See? Now, we're going to see that example of unbelief as we go back and start out. You're starting at the right point. You're reading in Exodus, and you're seeing how complacent and how our people love slavery. Right? So let's get back to that. Right? Oh, that Hebrews 4. Woo. It goes deep. It goes deep. Go ahead.
Exodus chapter 5 and verse 6.
Uh-huh.
And Pharaoh commanded the same day the taskmasters of the people and their officers, saying, Ye shall no more give the people straw to make bread.
You know what that means? That means overtime. It's like, brother, what are you doing? Bro, I got to do overtime. So your rib ain't doing nothing? Ain't no 50. What is going on here? Because a lot of us keep thinking that what America told us. Show me in the Bible where it says the woman is supposed to sit back, get chubby as hell, and don't do nothing. You're supposed to pay all the bills, pay all this, pay her cell phone, pay her food bill, pay the rent, pay all these things, and she's supposed to just get thick as hell and sit home and tell you, I need this and that. And what I ain't going to do. Please show me that. We're going to pause for 30 minutes. We're going to take a break. I'm going to come back and y'all show me that. Show me that. Proverbs 31 said they were supposed to put in. You weren't supposed to be a slave to just working. That's why you're doing overtime. Now, we know why we was doing it in Egypt. But that's the concept. That's the mind state. Remember, there's no more chains on you. It's the spiritual mental chain. And that mental chain, if you just did not put it together, is you constantly striving for what? I got to pay the next bill. I can't be behind. I got to have $10,000 in the bank. It's like your whole life lives for the paper instead of understanding there's something more. Right? Right? Am I saying don't have a job? No. Am I saying, you got to say this for them out there. Am I saying don't have a 401k? No. Am I saying for your rib to get off her butt and work? Yes. Then she got to put in. I'll be damned if my woman's sitting around, man, and I'm doing all the work. Hell no. like, yeah, when the brother told me, I'm not going to say no names, but I got to tell y'all. I'm sorry. I got to say it. When the brothers told me, yeah, I got to get home, Ma, because I got to clean the bathroom. I'm like, wasn't your rib there all day? Like, what the front door is your... Like, she's there all day. What is your... Like, I be losing it. What generation of sucker for love niggas y'all come from? Bro, get her lazy ass up and have her clean it. Bro, my ribs have had that clean. But you're trying to tell me you're going to come from work, then put in work to clean the bathroom? Oh, you know what? I just know you're scared. You're scared because you think she's the only poom poom star on the earth. And she's not. You got to understand. Bring her to the level of a Proverbs 31 woman. An innovative, a thinker, a helper. 50-50 at least, dang it. Right? Isn't that what they talking about online? It's 50-50, 50-50. Yeah, 50-50. Clean that damn bathroom, 50-50. Yeah.
No, it's crazy. In actuality, that's part of that don't even exist no more. Like the women really.
Yeah.
Like we talk to a lot of people in the mall. I don't know if y'all seen it, but there's more stay-at-home moms these days than there is like women just that be at home all the time. Like don't even do anything.
And hold on, let me say this. There's nothing wrong with that. But are you an innovator in a Proverbs 31 woman? If you're taking care of the kids, then what are you innovating? Right? What are you coming up with? Right? You got some online stuff going. You got some, right? You see what I'm saying? You're not just sitting there and what? I'm waiting for you to get home to check your phone. That's why they have no vision. You see that? And that's what we were doing as a nation at one time. Everybody was putting in. Nobody was sitting around. Y'all get that? And that's your fault because you're not following the gospel. Right? I'm sorry, I cut you. Go ahead.
I was just saying that that's the regular thing now. That they just sit at home and do nothing really. They're not doing the Proverbs 31 woman thing. They just come to the mall and spend their husband money. That's really all they're doing. They just do that, or they just walk around the mall with the little stroller. They ain't doing no with the Proverbs. There's a very small few that they're doing it. They're like, I don't want to work for nobody, and I'm starting my own business.
Right.
But there's a very small few that do that. But the majority, though, I've seen, they just spend their husband money. Yeah. And he losing to watch him spend money. So that's kind of basically what this attitude is saying.
Yeah. The labor, right? Go back. Read on.
Verse 7. Ye shall no more give the people straw to make brick.
Right.
As heretofore, let them go and gather straw for themselves.
See, it's already hard on us. That we're going to put more work on you. Your rib, what side are you on? That's what I asked. What side are you on? You on their side or my side? Okay, then we're a team. You trying to add more straw? Or you trying to add more brick? What you trying to do, bro? Like, we're a team. Or are you with the Egyptians? You with the Americans? Right? And that's what, I know you got to stomach that. You got to look her in the face and be scared if she's going to leave. Bro, look at her in the face and say, listen, whose side are you on? Right? What team are you on? We're together, right? Because I got your back. Who wouldn't die? Like, when somebody kick in the door and try to kill y'all, you're going to be like, you know what? 50-50. Right? You won't get up. The funny thing is, a lot of brothers will get up and actually add their straw. You'll cook, you'll clean, take out the trash. When they need something, you'll do it. Bruh, you got to get a woman in the same mind that she will facilitate too. You can't get these lazy women out that just want to sit around, and now all of a sudden, every time they got to do something, they sick. They need to go to the ER. They need a head transplant. They need a body transplant. Now all of a sudden, like what? Then the next day, they're better. It's like, how come you always sick when something got to be done? But then, bruh, we've been doing this so long. The childish, manipulative games you running on Joe Dummy, we see right through it. Like, why you sick all of a sudden when everything need to be done, but when mama call you what? You're good. Right? That's what my rig was telling me. She was like, man, how do you tell the sister, man, that she's always sick? Her diabetes is flaring up until what? Until they call her and be like, hey, you need to come to the graduation. You there for that. But when it comes to adding straw to your household, no, you take it away. You stripping the straw. You're adding, like Pharaoh in Egypt, you're making the burden harder. And that's what these Egyptians are doing. That's what this nation wants to do. Lay it all on the black man so you can be worried about money. You can't teach your kids. You can't guide your house. You can't be a leader. You just got to what? Bro, I got to get paid. And then you see them in the mall. Bro, long as she's happy, long as they're happy, you look them in the eyes and they're damn zombies.
I don't throw that away,
Yeah, long as she's happy, long as they got what they want. Doo-doo, doo-doo, doo-doo. Like, come on, y'all. We're going back into captivity, right? That's why it says, go to Isaiah. Women are, Isaiah, was it 4? 3 and 12. Go there. Go to Isaiah 3 and 12.
Isaiah chapter 3.
Shut your butt already had it, man. The young soldier already had it. Go ahead.
As for my people, children are their oppressors.
Do what?
Children are their oppressors.
Go ahead.
And women rule over them.
Read it again.
As for my people, children are their oppressors.
Read.
And women rule over them.
Women. Israelite woman. Blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans. You chosen. Are you adding the straw to help out your house? Or are you like the Egyptians, stripping the straw and making the burden harder on your husband? What you... Go ahead.
No, I was just listening.
Okay.
It's fun. I mean, yeah, it's like you're making it harder because you already got to deal with the world, Esau, and all the things that they try to throw at them.
Right.
The bills. That's like the way they try to hit you with the bills and all that stuff. They try to weigh that on your conscience. They try to make sure that, like they did in Egypt, make sure that weighs on your conscience. You worry about how you're gonna make it. You worry about how you're gonna get through it. You worry how you're gonna get this fixed, and all that is intertwined with funds, because they know that that's the thing that kind of drives the natural man. I say the natural man because the spiritual man, he knows the Father takes care of him. Right. But the natural man is learning how to be a spiritual man. And even just in reality, when you just look at the reality, it's tough. It takes work. Yeah. But then when you have somebody next to you that's making it harder because they're not putting their brick, right, or trying to figure out ways to put in a brick, right, it makes it double hard. And being that this person, like you said, like that's gotta be the spirit lately, though. Like talking to people in the mall, they're having women issues and children, and it's either the woman just cheating around, or she acting like a beast, or she just laid as hell. That's been like all the conversation with the men in the mall, right? Or he putting in, had a young dude, he had $6,000 in his account, he splurged $2,000 on his girl, and then all she does, which is not bad, he said it's not bad if she was doing it from a grateful spirit. All she did is cooking pancakes, but she wasn't doing it with a grateful spirit. And he was like, "What the hell? I spent $2K on you, and I can't even get a joyful breakfast, like a joyful breakfast." He's not tripping over the money. He's not tripping like, oh, she got to come back with 2K. He's tripping over the fact that she ain't come back with a joyful pancake. Like it's like a wrestle for her to cook for him. And he's like, what the?
Because there's no more backbone.
Nah.
There's no more men that have a standard. And remember what we were talking about the other day, maybe on the phone I was talking about it. It's not about this fake masculinity. This is about the priesthood. This is about about righteousness. It ain't about no fake masculinity like you got Andrew Tate and all them, you know what I mean, over masculine, you know what I mean? Yeah, Andrew Tate, right? Yeah, it's not about that. It's not about the cat that passed, what's his name? It's not about the Kevin Samuels mentality. They got points, but remember, this is about the Father, the standard. Because all that goes too much to the right. We supposed to still be the husbands, but damn, you women got to step it up. And that's what this is about, saying We're in captivity right now together.
Right.
It ain't just the men in captivity. It's the women in captivity too. But you know what? We forgot that. Because the white man in America got you mixed up, and all you focus about is get your own. Made you feel entitled. So now, man, what did I tell you about why they're the master of manipulation? They're the master of manipulation. They don't gotta put a chain around your neck. I'm gonna stick the dog on you. Who's the dog? Shit, it could be your children, right? It could be your woman now, right? And she's what? Why not doing anything? Read on, come on.
O my people,
right?
They was lead thee, cause thee to err.
They was lead thee, cause thee to err. So jump back.
Verse 8. In the tail of the bricks, which they did make heretofore,
right?
Ye shall lay upon them. Ye shall not diminish aught thereof.
You see that? They're not about relieving this country of burden. They're about keeping the burden on you. America was built like that, to pay England, right? To make sure that the money's going back home to Europe, right? This cycle was set up for that. You had your hand raised? What's that, sis?
It just made me think about how severe their reaction was when they were just asking a question. Like, they just requested, can we go out to the wilderness?
Yeah.
And their response is to make them work hard.
Make them work hard. You're lazy.
Naturally, just to go all.
What does the white man tell us all the time? You black people, you blacks, Hispanics, y'all lazy. How we built the country. But yeah, good point. Go ahead.
That made me think of my son's teacher. Like, I just saw a message from her. She was like, it's a predominantly Israelite school, which is us running here. But his teacher is a white woman. And so, we don't understand Josiah. It was a misunderstanding at lunch that she didn't know about. She didn't know the ins and outs about it, but she punished him, like gave him silent lunch for like the rest of the week. He ended up being at a different table and eating, or about to eat there, and they sent him back to his table and he ate somebody else's food thinking it was his food.
Right.
So without her having no understanding of what happened, she just punished him, and this made me think of that, like how severe her.
Well, let me say this on that, sis. That goes deeper. It's deeper than the slavery itself. It's wicked, a wicked mind state, a wicked people. They have no compassion. They look at the blacks, Hispanics, and the Native Americans as dogs and as less people. This is recent. I was showing my wallet in the car. This ambulance couple, have y'all seen it? Right. They went to the guy's house, and of course the lady's like, I think the lady was Esau, right?
They both are Edomites.
No, I'm talking about the house that they went to. I know he was Judah, but I think the lady was Esau. His woman was Esau. But she told him from the door, there's no guns in here. You got to say that, right? So they don't come in and shoot the crippled guy on the floor, right? So he's basically, sums up with him. But the ambulance, they take him, they're rude as hell. They got this all on video. They're rude. That's how they look at us. They treat us like crap. And when you see it, it angers you. But that's what this is. That's why she ain't trying to be sympathetic. There's no sympathy when it comes to you little crispy niggas. That's how they look at us. And it's upsetting. Because you see this in everything. And then Esau tries to smile in your face and act like, oh, we like you. How you like us when you got no sympathy and compassion for us, and you look at us like monkeys, coons, and wetbags, right? And you treat us like that. So they threw this guy over. You know how when they put you on a gurney, they tie you down so you won't slip off. They literally put this guy on his stomach, tied him down, and suffocated him. Yeah, killed him. But it shows they don't look at us like humans. They look at us like I use those words to remind you how they think, right? While you're thinking like, well, I'm a Hebrew Israelite. No, but they're looking at you like a nigga. They're not looking at you like, oh, you're a human. They're looking at you like a dog. And that's why when it comes down to these situations in Egypt, they're not thinking of us as people. They're like, put these cats to damn work. Get it. And they will keep us living like this and being like this and doing what? Giving you this little white smile. They do that, and what? They go talk behind your back, right? And like we were telling the Asherites and the Issacharites and the Spanish-speaking tribes, same with y'all. They're like, bro, they know you're a what? Tree nigga. They know that. They know you're just a what? Border jumper. That's how they look at us. And you're like, damn, really? Well, Kazak, you really, why? Because that's how they look at us, and that's why his teacher had no compassion.
And I think she was shocked that I stood up for my son, like in a manner of she should have been more compassionate than that. Like he's 6 years old, and I told her because usually if he do something,
And he's challenged.
and I told her that I said you have to understand how my son's mind works. For you to go against that and just assume that he knows exactly what to do does not make any sense at all.
Look, you lucky you got wisdom. Otherwise, you smack the damn pink off her ass. Yeah.
Way later than what it actually happened. I'm gonna say it happened like last week. I just saw it this morning. I was so like.
I know. I believe you. I'm pissed off listening about it because when you put all these moments together on and how they treat our people, man, it's disgusting.
And I asked her, I said, what exactly was the misunderstanding? Because if he took his food somewhere else and sat down to eat there, clearly he thought it was something that it wasn't. Well, there was just a misunderstanding. I said, so you punished him for something you don't even know nothing about.
There you go. See, you know what I like what you did, sis? You didn't go in there like the deranged black woman. You literally broke her mind down. And see, that's what makes us the light of the world. It's better than a slap. It's showing her themselves. And what Esau don't like is to look in the mirror and realize that when you look in the mirror, you're a damn ghoul. Right? You're a demon. And they like to make themselves look like they're angels. Right? Because that's what they've been told all of their life. So when we break them down and don't look like the crazy, deranged, black, Hispanic, Native American, you break them down like that, they go home and they're like trying to slit their damn wrists because they realize it's like, all that, I'm not racist. Yeah, you are. Because if this was a little white kid, you wouldn't be doing that. Yeah. Yeah, but trust me, she's thinking about it. Right? Yeah. All right, go ahead, read on. Oh, you had something. Go ahead, Ak. Where you at?
Yeah, just on that. Deuteronomy chapter 28 and verse 50.
Go ahead.
It says, a nation of fierce countenance, which shall not regard the person of the old, nor show favor to the young.
And Alex, you know that Deuteronomy 28. You should be going over this, brother. You should be reading that all the way through. Because that is going to go back to our history. What was done to the tribes. Whether it was done by the English or it was done by the Spaniards, right? The Most High, we went through that captivity and we're still going through it, right? And they don't regard the old, the young. Y'all seen the videos I've done, man. They'll throw a grandma down like she ain't nothing, right? Let your life, listen, the police don't already respect their own people's life. So what is it to a lesser person? Right? They'll go in there and shoot you like nothing. Right? So we got to understand that this is in them. It's innately embedded within their DNA. That's why the Most High said he's angry with Esau. Because how they perpetually destroy us and kill us. So yeah, all right, jump back. Good scripture, Ak. Go ahead.
Verse 8. And the tale of the bricks, which they did make heretofore, ye shall lay upon them. Ye shall not diminish aught thereof, for they be idle. Therefore they cry, saying, let us go and sacrifice to our God. let them more make be late. Let them more.
So you know what that means, right? So they're basically saying, the only reason why you're saying all this because you ain't busy. So the nations know how to keep us busy. They know how to keep us occupied. Here, give them TikTok. Give them something to get their brain to look at and take up. You roll through it and it's like an hour later you realize I haven't been doing nothing. Right? It's to occupy your mind with childish stupidities. Women shall rule over you. Children shall be your oppressors. Right? So what are all the antics and things that they use? Childish things.
Right.
It's to occupy you. And they did it back then. Go ahead.
Verse 9. Let their more work be laid upon the men, that they may labor therein, and let them not regard vain words.
You see that? Let their work be on who? The men. See, they know how to break the strength. Break the men. Right? Break the men. Because that's going to break the household. It's not making you an independent black, Hispanic, Native American woman. It's not making you independent. It's only to break the man in your eyesight and to show you how he can be broke. So your kids can now walk around with that little sassy look. They walking around like this and they're boy. Right? You know why? Because the man ain't the stature in the house. That's why they start walking like this with their stomach out. Why? Because the man ain't no more the leader in the household. And that's what this is about. To break the masculinity so I can break the boys and end up, having sex with them later when they get old enough, right? Because that's what the white man does. That's why he creates these laws. Oh, when you're 18, you're good. Right? If you want to be a boy or girl, then the old creepy white dude that was looking at you anyway. Right? You remember the Catch Me Out guy, outside girl? The catch me outside, that chick. Yeah. So she said the funny thing is, all the ones that subscribed to my OnlyFans when I hit 18 should be arrested. And I didn't even have to look at it. I'd seen the little thing and I'm like, she's right. Because what she knows is true. That everybody was looking at her anyway underage. It's a pedophilia nation. You know what I mean? And that's what it's about. How do I break the man to break the boy? Right? To get those little boys later. If y'all think that's just me saying that, bro, y'all gotta study and see what's going on. First of all, the scripture says they shall sell a boy for a harlot. All right, so let's not get it twisted. What are they doing with our young men in these days? They're turning them into homosexuals. So it's all about breaking the man. And I say that, you know why? To wake you women up. And to remind y'all, it's a bigger picture than your belly. It's a bigger picture than you get your cell phone paid. It's a bigger picture than your little rent money. It's all about breaking your community down. The husband, the wife, the children, the household, separate, confused, in disarray. Y'all get this? Y'all gotta see this, man. That way y'all can actually stand for something and stop coming in here and thinking like Gentiles and Edomites. Start thinking like your people, your kindred, your nation. Go ahead.
Verse 10. And the taskmasters of the people went out, and their officers, and they spake to the people, saying, Thus saith Pharaoh,
right?
I will not give you straw.
Right?
Go ye, get you straw where you can find it. Ye not aught of your work shall be diminished.
Right. Your work ain't going to diminish. You still going to get it done. Right? We're going to pay you $7 an hour, $8 an hour, $10 an hour, and make billions. Right? Go ahead.
So the people were scattered abroad throughout all the land of Egypt to gather stubble instead of straw. And the taskmasters hastened them, saying, Fulfill your works, your daily tasks, as when there was straw. And the officers of the children of Israel, which Pharaoh's taskmasters had set over them, were beaten and demanded, Wherefore have ye not fulfilled your task in making brick both yesterday and today, as herefore.
See, it's all to keep you occupied and keep you constantly bringing in resources for this nation. Right? It's all about them. They don't care about anything else but the bottom line. Go ahead.
Verse 15. Then the officers of the children of Israel came and cried unto Pharaoh, saying, Wherefore dealest thou thus with thy servants? There is no straw given unto thy servants. And they say unto us, Make brick. And behold, thy servants are beaten. But the fault is in thine own people. But he said, Ye are idle.
See, the fault is in your own people, right? And that they make you have, they reverse psychology. So they make you have this self-guilt. How the system is set up, it's set up in a way to where, like, wait a minute, this is what everybody does. Go to work, go do this, have to fend for themselves. But you created the system. Like, you literally stole my land, you stole the air, you stole the water, you stole all the natural resources and said, hold on, these are the rules. Why are you not abiding by the rules? What's wrong with you? That's like me going in your house and being and rearranging everything. And what are you doing? Why are you angry? Why are you upset? You know what I mean? This is my house. Like, no, this is my house. Bro, is it your house? And you're like, I guess it's not my house. Right? So this is what's going on here, and we're all okay with it. And I know you're thinking like, damn, well, how do we get it back? Guns and butter ain't gonna do it.
Right.
They got too much guns, they got too much butter. Right? It's got to be the Lord, the Most High. He raised up kings and kingdoms, and he brings them down. And I know you're like, damn, it's been a long time. Well, guess what? Go look at all the empires and know that their time is drawing to an end. Fret not, brethren. Go ahead.
Verse 17. But he said, Ye are idle.
Right.
Ye are idle. Therefore ye say, Let us go and do sacrifice to the Lord. Go therefore now and work. For there shall no straw be given you. Yet shall ye deliver the tale of bricks. And the officers of the children of Israel did see that they were in evil case, after it was said, Ye shall not diminish aught from your bricks of your daily task. And they met Moses and Aaron, who stood in the way, as they came forth from Pharaoh.
Okay, next brother. Y'all got any questions? Everybody's clear on what's going on here, right? Alex, you clear what's happening here? Yeah? Yeah, we're the Most High went to Moses. We got to free him, right? Moses is like, look, I'm going to go to Pharaoh, talk to him, tell him the Most High said, let my people go, right? Pharaoh's like, bruh, we ain't letting nobody go. Get back to work, right? We're going to put more work on you, right? So this is, you can see the psychology of the kingdom and nation putting another kingdom in slavery. You see that? Okay, all right. As long as we're on the same page. All right. Next, brother. Asa? Because he got to go?
Yeah.
Oh, you got to go now?
Who's over there?
Yeah. All right. Aaron? So he's saying his name is Aaron. Shabbatah means tribe. Shaw means of. So he's saying Aaron, tribe of Judah. Ban means son. Shaw, bun of Israel. Yasharallah is Israel. So he's saying Aaron, tribe of Judah, son of Israel. And he's presenting himself coming up. Go ahead and salute. Oh, I match him? And then you salute.
Yahweh Shem Yahshua Brakatham.
Yahweh Shem Yahshua Brakatham. All right. Yeah. All right. So you're going to read from the 21st verse to 6 and 17. Yeah, 21, 5 and 21, down to 6 and 17. Go ahead.
And they said unto them,
Wow.
The Lord look upon you and judge, because ye have made our Savior to be abhorred in the eyes of Pharaoh and in the eyes of his servant,
Right?
to put a sword in their hands to slay us.
Mm-hmm.
And Moses returned unto the Lord and said, Lord, wherefore hast thou so evil entreated this people? Why is it that thou hast sent me?
Mm-hmm.
For since I came to Pharaoh to speak in thy name, he hath done evil to this people.
Right. Now, you see a little what? He got shivery. Right? He got a little fear in him. Because what he didn't want to do was put more burden on his people.
Right.
So Moses is like, dang, Yahweh, what's up? Right?
Yes.
Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Neither hast thou delivered thy people at all. Verse 6. Chapter 6, verse 1. Then the Lord said unto Moses, Now shalt thou see what I will do to Pharaoh. For with a strong hand shall he let them go, and with a strong hand shall he drive them out of his land. And God spake unto Moses, and said unto him, I am the Lord. And I appeared unto Abraham, unto Isaac, and unto Jacob, by the name of God Almighty, but by my name, Jehovah. Yahweh.
Right, so you would say Yahweh in Hebrew. Yahweh. Right? Not Jehovah, not Yahuwah. Right? The proper way would be Yahweh. Well, the ancient Hebrew would be Yahweh. Okay? Not the modern Hebrew. I don't even know how they say it in modern Hebrew. No, Yahweh is a bad version of black folks trying to sound like the so-called Jews. It's like, bro, what is that? What is that, Yahoo? Yahoo? Huh? Jehovah? Right. But remember, all these different dialects, the proper dialect, according to the ancient Hebrew, would be Yahweh. Right?
Right.
Okay, that's what you got written on stones. Mind you, gotta say it, before the, what's the so-called Jews? Right, before the Masoretes, way BC before the Masoretes, Yahweh was already written on stones. All right, so the Masoretes didn't go back in time and put it on stones, and you can't use that as an argument. The Masoretes didn't write it in such and such BC. Okay, so Yahweh was used as his name, which is he be. Right? Go ahead.
Right. But my name, Yahweh, was not known to them. Mm-hmm. And I have also established my covenant with them.
Right.
To give them the land of Canaan.
Right. So the covenant, the contract. That's why it says in verse 3, the power of the Hebrews. Right? The power. We say power because that word God is Allah or Allahayim. Okay, I know, don't get it misconstrued what the Muslims say, Allah, like the Kaaba stone. No, this is the word for power or God is Allah or Allahayim. All right, go ahead.
And the land of their pilgrimage, wherein they were strangers. Mm-hmm. And I have also heard the groanings of the children of Israel,
right,
whom the Egyptians keep in bondage.
What verse are you at?
Verse 5.
Right. He said, I have heard the groanings. Right?
Time.
What was it? What verse was that? You just.
Verse 5.
Oh,
Six
I'm
and
sorry.
five. Yes.
6 and 5. Right. I'm tripping. All right, go ahead.
And I have heard the groanings of the children of Israel, whom the Egyptians keep in bondage.
Right.
And I have remembered my covenant.
Right. Now go from there. Go to 2nd Esdras. See, a lot of people don't understand. All these people that say, "Oh, you got to forgive. You got to forget. You got to let it go." Right? You got to move on. Right? The Most High said He hears the groanings. Right? He hears what is going on with the children of Israel. So who the hell are you to say let it go? The Father didn't let it go.
Right.
Right? Read that 2nd Esdras 15. 15 verse 8. 2nd Esdras 15 and 8. Read that.
2nd Esdras chapter 15 and verse 8. I will hold my tongue no more as touching their wickedness,
Right?
which they profanely committed.
See, what we got to understand is that the Most High is not dealing with any of these nations. He's not going to hold his tongue no more. Why do you think the truth is going across the earth like a blazing fire? The Most High is not letting it slide anymore. Their kingdom is in a decline, straight up into a pit of fire. So he said, I will hold my tongue no more. Go ahead.
Neither will I suffer them in those things in which they wickedly exercise themselves.
Yeah, so the Most High is not going to suffer it. Suffer meaning to let it keep happening anymore. So what is the Most High doing? The Most High is burning up their damn houses in the hills. The Most High is sending tornadoes through their neighborhood. Ellen DeGeneres is like, look at this. What is happening? Well, you mix, you're savage. You're savage. Whatever type of creature are you, the Most High is flooding the heck out of y'all. Because America, the corruptness, the falsehood.
Right.
Why is this happening? Why did the tornado jump from this place to this place? Because the Lord is angry.
Right.
He has to fight for us. Because you can't go tell them. You tell them to their face, they're like, oh, well, you know what, he deserved it. Right? He deserved to be murdered or shot. We had to shoot him. We had to kill him. We had to treat him this way. Right? And I guarantee you, those ambulance workers that put that black man down and suffocated him, they're going to get minimum time. They ain't going to go down for murder because nobody's going to say they meant to murder him.
Right. They're
going to go down for negligence.
Right.
What?
I mean, if it wasn't for the camera of the police, this wouldn't even be talked about. And even with that,
Yep.
isn't it the job of the police to protect the civilians?
Yep.
So when they seen these EMT workers mishandle this man like that, shouldn't they have stepped into?
Yeah.
But there's no charges against the police. They said there wasn't no negligence or wrongdoing with the police officer, but just sitting there watching the man be murdered. That's where to step in and say something.
And you know how they're in a decline, y'all? Because it's showing that back in the days, nobody would have held them accountable for this. So little by little, you're seeing more what? The white man is being held accountable for the killings. Now, this is nothing to the accountability that the Father is going to hold them to. Let's not be misconstrued. Right? But that's how you know they're in a decline. Because they're letting this be seen, and the injustice can no longer be hid. And that's what we're reading. That the Most High is remembering us.
Right.
Y'all get this? Because if he don't remember, it's just going to be some crazy blacks and Hispanics on corners yelling the word of the Most High. Right? That's all it is. But being that the Most High is stepping in now, right? The earthquakes, the famine, the destruction, the pestilence, right? The awokens, the ones that are awoke, we're going to see it. We're going to be like, you know what? You're right. That the Father is fighting for us. And that's what you have here in Ecclesiasticus, 2nd Esdras, is reiterating. Go ahead.
Behold, the innocent and righteous blood crieth unto me.
The innocent brothers that's died, right? Our people that died for innocence and not doing nothing and just being treated with hatred, it cries from the earth. The blood cries forth. Yeah. All the things that the most that the wicked have done unjustly to the blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. How they treating our brothers over there on the border. Right? How they playing games with them. The Democrats are sending them over to the Republicans are sending them to the front of Democrats' homes, politician homes, and they're like, wait a minute, you were sent to the wrong place. They sending you around. Listen, let's go back. Trying to get all the way from Guatemala to Mexico and all these. The young girl was on the news. She said we was 18 hours in a trash can. Y'all gotta watch the news. Because you can cipher out of there all the garbage and see certain things. Right. The young girl, she looked like a Judite, but she was straight up either from Guatemala or Panama. She was from one of those countries, and she was like, yeah, I was in the trash can for 18 hours with my kids, trying to get through, trying to get to this country. And when they get here, they remind you, go your ass back home. We don't want you. You see, this is the Most High is he's acknowledging the injustice because nobody else is. Right. They do their little Black Lives Matter march and then what? Go back home. Y'all see that documentary? You know what the Black Lives Matter did with the $80 million? Yeah, y'all gotta watch that. That wasn't about nothing. Nope. That was just about homosexuality and what? Come up. Exactly. But guess after the Black Lives Matter smoke dies down, who's still there? The true believers, the ones that truly will stand. It's you. It's us. What we do. Don't take it for granted. Don't take for granted because we're out there and we're teaching and it seems like nobody's hearing. The Most High hears. There's one person. There's two people. There's somebody that is affected and saying, damn, thank you. Hey, keep doing what you're doing. You understand that? And that's important. We're doing this for our nation. Go ahead, read on.
And the souls of the just.
The what?
And the souls of the just.
The souls of the just. Y'all got to understand this. The souls are crying out. Go ahead.
Complain continually.
They what?
Complain continually.
They're saying, Yahweh, when you going to take vengeance? When you going to take vengeance for what was done to us wrong? All the way back to coming over here in America, scalping us, chopping us up, right? Feeding us to dogs. Like, those souls are still crying.
Yes.
To the black man being tied to trees and burnt and hanged, right? And being beaten till your head swell up. Till modern day, you being shot down like dogs on the border. Shot down like dogs in our communities, right? The Most High is seeing this. And not only by the beasts, by your own people. Most High is like, look, I see this. Right? Go ahead.
And therefore, saith the Lord,
Uh-huh.
I will surely avenge them.
I will do what?
Surely avenge them.
Go ahead.
And receive unto me all the innocent blood from among them.
Do you see that? The Most High said he will avenge. And he will receive all that. And all that blood that innocently is being spilled. Yeah. Right? The Most High hasn't forgotten. So, miss me with all that. You got to forgive. Okay? But the Most High ain't forgiven and he ain't forgot. Right? We'll go to Psalms 9 and 12. Real quick. Add these little points to your Exodus 6 and 6. Go to Psalms 9 and 12. Mm-hmm.
Psalms chapter 9 verse 12.
Go ahead.
When he maketh inquisition for blood.
When he what?
Maketh inquisition.
The Lord is making inquisition. He sees the cry of us in Egypt. He sees the cries of us in America. Right? So while you're over here getting comfortable and trying to live up, the Most High is raising up people that give a damn. That is still got fight in them. They still got the dog in them to try to stand up for the less fortunate, our people. Right? That are disgusted by this debauchery that the white man and the nations continually partake in. Yeah, all the abominations and filthiness. Right, go ahead.
He remembereth them.
He what?
Remembereth them.
But you got to forget. He said he remembers them. Go ahead.
He forgetteth not.
He what?
Forgetteth
The
not.
Most High ain't forgot.
No.
The Most High did not forget. And that's what you're seeing in Egypt. You should be writing this in your Bible. You should be writing your notes down. This goes with Exodus 6 and 6. Right? Go ahead. Go ahead.
He forgetteth not the cry of the humble.
He what?
Forgetteth not the cry of the humble.
See, the humble. So the Most High here is especially the cry of the humble. Y'all got that? Go to Psalms 94:21. These are some of my little precepts. Go ahead.
Psalm chapter 94, verse 21.
Go ahead.
They gather themselves together against the soul of the righteous.
See, y'all got to understand this, man. This is about keeping you enslaved, our people in captivity. Go ahead.
God. And condemn the innocent blood.
And do what?
And condemn the innocent blood.
They condemn the innocent blood. Y'all see what's going on here? From Egypt to Babylon to Assyria to Persia to Medes to the Greeks to the Romans to America, they condemn the innocent blood. Go ahead.
God. They gathered them, but the Most High is my defense.
The what?
But the Most High is my defense.
Go ahead.
And my power.
Read.
Is the rock of my refuge.
See, that's why, like the class the other day, we got to let the Lord be our refuge. We got to run to him. Y'all get that? Go to Revelation 6 and 10.
Revelation chapter 6 verse 10. And they cried with a loud voice, saying, How long, O Lord, holy and true, dost thou not judge and avenge our blood
Right.
on them that dwell on the earth?
Are y'all getting this? Isn't that what we're all asking? Yahweh, how long is it before you avenge our blood?
Right.
We want what? Justice.
Right.
Vengeance.
Right.
Payback.
God.
Right? Man, y'all want too much. I just want a good job in a blunt, bro. Like, really? Y'all asking for too much. The Most High said he's going to give it to us. Go ahead.
And white robes were given unto every one of them.
Right. So y'all got that, right? One more. Might as well. I got it here. Revelation 19 and 2.
Revelation chapter 19 verse 2.
Go ahead.
For true and righteous are his judgments.
Uh-huh.
For he hath judged the great whore.
He have judged who?
The great whore.
Now this great whore is talking about that latter kingdom that will rule above all nations. And what a coinky-dink that is America. Read.
Which did corrupt.
Which did what?
Which did corrupt the earth.
Go ahead.
With their fornication.
Uh-huh.
And hath avenged the blood of his servants at his hand.
See? Well, you know what that's showing us? That the Lord will avenge the blood that the beasts have slain. So, will all this forgive, let go, we got to move on? Guess what? There's some of us, man, that understand what has to be done. Yes. Reward her double.
God.
That's what the scripture says. Double. Y'all get that?
God.
All right, let's jump back. Go back to Exodus. Yeah.
There was one that you quoted. I'm trying to find it. It's,
which one?
It's when the land cries out, the blood crying.
That's in Numbers.
That's the blood can only
the blood. Yeah.
The land can only be cleansed by the blood and then that shed.
Yeah, that's that one.
Okay.
Yeah, that's that one. Okay.
It's also in Genesis where
when Cain.
God confronted Cain about his blood crying forth from the earth.
Right, crying forth. Right. Yeah. Okay, jump back. Yeah, we got a question. Yeah.
There's a question online. Salakia, how did they get Yahuwah? Before coming to the truth, I used to study the menorah, and he used the name and never explained how he used it or learned it.
Well, okay, so what we know that you got modern day Hebrew, okay, which the so-called Jews write in, right? So their dialect, the modern day dialect, is a mixture of English, Spanish, German. It's called Yiddish. It's a mixture of dialect. So when they say, we would say they would say aleph. When we say ba, they say bet. Right? When we say God, they say gamel. Right? So the dialect is the difference. Right? So the writing, the symbols, that's ancient. That's ancient because we actually came up with the modern writing during captivity to preserve the ancient writing. Okay? So I think the argument is about the dialect. Well, the dialect, how do we know we have the right dialect? Well, when you go back to, I'm going to use this word so you can understand how they refer to it. The archaeologists, the anthropologists, they refer to it as old ancient Phoenician. Right? Okay, when you look at that writing, is what you see behind us. Is what you see on the Moabite stone. Is what you see on the Tel Dan stone. Right? You see these writings, that is ancient Hebrew. Now, when you go to the Bible, it tells us the dialect. And this is how we know we got it right. When he cried, he said what? Abba. He didn't say aleph bet. He said Abba. Well, Abba in Hebrew, in modern and ancient, is father. So how do we know the dialect is correct? When he cried Abba, right, you know it's father. It's the first Hebrew word and the second. So we said Abba Nawa, our father, right? So where did they get it from? It's just a mixture of different dialects and bad Hebrew, right? People wanting to pronounce it and pronouncing it based off of an English transliteration of it. Like, because that's where they get it from. When you go to the Blue Letter, you go to the Theological Word Book, when you go to the Strong's, remember, the so-called white man is translating Hebrew to English. And that's why when you go to the Strong's, like, if you would go to, like, I'm going to show you something real quick. So if you go to your E-sword, my sword, right? And where was that Yahweh at? That was what Exodus 6 and 3, right? So if I'm going to Exodus 6 and 3, and it says here, Yahweh H3290, right? Oh, I'm sorry, no, that's not the right one. 3068, right? So it says here, original, and it got the symbols, Yahweh, right? Then it says transliteration. Now, remember, he's translating this from the so-called Jews' language. So when they translate it, it's a double whammy of ignorance. Because they're translating it from the so-called Jews' language, which is not the dialect. So they got Yehovah, right? That's not the correct pronunciation. Then they got the phonetic Yehovah, once again, the V, right? And we don't have that in Hebrew. There's no A, E, I, O, U's and sometime Y's, right? So that's just you can know this by basic Hebrew. You know what the Bible says, the dialect that we use, Abba, right? And then you can see, okay, wait a minute. It is correct. Abba, Gada, Hawaza, Khataya, Kalamanasa, Aipataza, Korashata. That's the ancient Hebrew dialect. Right. Now, once again, the modern day dialect is totally different. So that's where you get that from. That's where you get the bad pronunciations, Yehovah, Yahuwah, Yehovah, right? And all these things and not knowing just the dialect. Now, to be fair, remember, the Lord heard you when you were crying, when you called him God and Jesus Christ. But now that you know the proper way, we're supposed to say the proper way. You know what I mean? But remember, he heard us when we were crying, oh Lord, oh Jesus, right? Oh God, right? Knowing that those are English, that's not the proper way. So we read it with the proper understanding, with the proper way. All right? So that's how they got that. Hopefully that answers your question. All right, jump back.
Exodus chapter 6, verse 6.
Go ahead.
Wherefore say unto the children of Israel, I am the Lord, and I will bring you out from under the burdens of the Egyptians, and I will rid you.
I will bring you out of the what?
I will rid you out of their bondage.
See, the burdens, the bondage, right? What are we in captivity doing? It's a burden on us. It's captivity, it's bondage. And what does that bondage consist of? Go to what Deuteronomy 28:40. Deuteronomy 28 and 40. 45.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 45.
Go ahead.
Moreover, all these curses shall come upon
They
you.
didn't come with blessings. Bondage, our captivity in here in America didn't come with blessings.
Right.
It came with curses. How do we know? Read.
And shall pursue thee.
Right, and they chase us. Like I said, it doesn't matter what part of the world you go to, the earth is given into the hand of the wicked. And then the promise was, anywhere you run in the world, these curses are going to pursue you. So that ain't let's go back to Israel. Israel, they literally got faggots in Jerusalem. What are you talking about? Let's go back to the motherland, brother. Jerusalem. There's nothing but homos over there. That's not the place to run. You were supposed to run to the Father and lock into the will of the Most High. Read.
And overtake thee.
Right, so these curses, this was the burden. This is the bondage. Go ahead.
Till thou be destroyed.
Till we be destroyed. It keeps reiterating that, right? Micah 2 and 10. It will destroy you. Hosea 4 and 6. You're destroyed. Right? Deuteronomy. You're destroyed. Destroy you. What was the whole narrative that America built America off? Not to keep you locked in health and make you better and you know what, fight for a living. No, bro, it was to destroy you.
Right.
Y'all gotta go read your history.
Yeah.
It was to wipe every Native American off of the face of the earth.
Yep.
It was to wipe every Negro off of the face of the earth.
Yeah.
Right? Go ahead.
Sounds
because thou hearkenest not unto the voice of the Lord thy God.
Now it throws in there why. So if you start getting into this, like, I want to blame everything on the white man. I want to blame everything on the Egyptians. No, y'all, it's our fault. So don't get that misconstrued either. We're not trying to pass the buck. Because part of it is what? It's our fault. Because a lot of people want to live in that. Well, it's the white man. No, we're very clear when we say what the white man did, that the white man no longer has power over our mind and our spirit. So this ain't one of those, the white man, blame everything on the white man and just live in that mind. We know that because there's a lot of Israelites. It's like the brother said the other day, what white man lives in your house? Right? None. Nobody's in your house telling you, hey, the white man saying, okay, now click on TikTok. You're going to go to TikTok now, Instagram, go to Facebook now. 3 hours down. Okay, we're almost done here. We got to get you a good 6 hours. Right?
Yeah, that's not happening.
There's no white man's in your house. You know who's there? That spirit, your master's in your head controlling you. And that's why you do it. Right? So this ain't about him. It's about all the tools that he set forth and that you still are indulging in. That's the curse. That's the burden.
Yep.
Okay? Read on.
To keep his commandments.
To do what?
Keep his commandments.
Right. That's what we were supposed to want to do. Right? But we didn't. That's why the curse is on us. Go ahead, read.
And his statutes which he commanded thee.
Go ahead.
And they shall be upon thee for a sign and for a wonder.
So here's the kicker. If you wanted to know who these true Hebrews were, let's look at the signs. Right? You want to know where Kroger is? You look at the sign. You want to know when to stop? The sign says it. Right? If you wanted to know who the true Jews are, how do we know that the blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans? Look at the signs. Who in 2023 is still a sign of poverty, destruction, destroyed for the lack of knowledge? You still don't get it. As a masses, the culture is not, who only has a culture of your women are butt naked and the men are going to walk around and show their ass while they're in the streets. Who has that culture? Only a destroyed people. No other. Now you're like, well, there's white people there's Chinese people because they're following you. But that ain't their culture, right? That ain't their culture. They're trying to be black. They're trying to be Hispanic. But who has that culture? Only a destroyed, cursed people are walking around like we were talking about earlier, or driving past the Judite with a blonde wig. I'm like, can we put a memo out? Judah, stop it with the blonde damn wigs. Right? And especially the most cheapest ones. Not saying the expensive ones. Y'all get my point. Like, but damn, you look like somebody that blew your head off and just like, and then put a wig on top. Right? Like, just stop it with the blonde wigs. Only a cursed people. Right? You got no other nation doing this. Only the ones that want to be black. They'll follow your culture. Pump your lips up, pump their butt up, pump, make the hair look thicker, right? Right? Just to be like you. So let's not get it construed. Look at the signs, read.
And upon thy seed forever.
And upon your seed. It transcended from generation to generation, right? 2023, we're still these people. Go ahead.
Because thou servest not the Lord thy God with joyfulness.
Right, and this is the burden. This is why the burden is there. Because we don't serve him with joyfulness. Come on.
And with gladness of heart.
And we're not glad when we find out about us.
Yep.
When we find out about us, we got to stop eating pork. You're like, my Jesus lets me eat anything. Brother, scriptures say don't eat it. You got to put down Christmas. There ain't no more joy. It's like, how am I going to tell family about that? This ain't right. You should be joyful coming back to your laws, statutes, commandments, culture. It should be a joy. Read.
For the abundance of all things.
Go ahead.
Therefore, shalt thou serve thine enemy.
Okay. To the point. The burdens. The burden on us was coming from our enemies. Egypt wasn't our friend. That wasn't your friend. Listen, the customs, the ideology of America, though that isn't our friends are coming up with this. Our friends ain't murdering us down in the street. That's a bad friend. That's a bad buddy. Read, come on.
Which the Most High shall set against
Right, go ahead.
In hunger.
And what?
And in thirst.
Read.
And in nakedness.
That's the burden. That's the burden. Right? That everything we want, food, clothes, drinking, we have to go to them. That's the manipulative tyranny. What is it? Totalitarian regime. I'm going to take air, your water, your clothes, all your natural resources, say what? Well, you got to do it the right way. You got to pay for that. Because I put those tubes in the ground, and it's only right. But I used to be able to go to the river on my land and then get the water. Why the hell I got to pay for water? Because you put a pipe through here? Who the hell are you? Right? I used to be able to, this is my air. No, you can't bring those seeds on land. Like, agriculture, you got control of agriculture now? How is this possible?
A perpetual cycle of dependency.
A perpetual cycle of dependency, and that's what we become, servants, bondage, burden. So while you're complacent in ready mode, you're gonna understand why I'm going over this, dealing with Egypt. because it's the same mind.
Yep.
What is the Hebrew word for Egypt? What is the Hebrew word for Egypt?
Bondage.
Matazarium.
Oh.
Right? Which is bondage. Right? Look it up in your Strongs. Alex, if you got what phone you got? Apple or you got Apple? You're gonna download My Sword.
My sword?
Oh no, eSword, excuse me. You're gonna download eSword. And then when you get in there, you download the Strongs. And then you're going to be able to look up these different words, because the Strong's shows you to look it up in Hebrew, and it shows you how to go through there and look up certain things, right? So we can show you how to use that. But this is what the Most High is showing us, is that we're in bondage still. That's what Egypt was. That's what America is, bondage. Okay? Go ahead, jump back.
Exodus chapter 6, verse 6. The third precept. And I will rid you out of their bondage.
Right.
And I will redeem you with a stretched forth arm.
Right.
Out of the great judgment.
See, this is what the Most High is showing us. He will redeem us. He will deliver us. And that's what the Most High is trying to show us. We need to be redeemed and we need to be delivered. And guess which way it wasn't going to happen? It wasn't going to happen with more straw. You looked at me like, that's real. Go ahead.
You say that we wasn't going to get our freedom by working, and that's man.
It wasn't the straw.
Yeah, they always put that in the minds of, okay, we got to get free. The only way we're going to get free,
financial freedom.
Right.
And they got the black man on that.
Yeah. Yep.
It's financial freedom. Okay, Jay-Z got $1 billion. Where are we free at? Oprah got $1 billion. Where are we free at? P Diddy got $1 billion. Where are we free at? Where? Huh? We're not free. Right? Because they don't know. Mine ain't free, so they don't think about community. They don't think about giving back. I was thinking about this the other day. Don't you know, literally, the black man in America, all the black basketball players can start their own league.
Yep. Yeah,
I was thinking about this the other day. The black men that are rappers coming up, when you got your first contract, you can start your own distributing company. Why are you still relying on the so-called Jews? Why isn't all those black young brothers that is flashing $1 million from their trunk still depending on distributing? Well, let's deal with the facts. My people destroyed for the lack of knowledge. And the Most High wasn't going to let the salvation come through money. If that was the case, nobody would be serving the Most High. It would be what?
Get that money.
Let's get the money and let's go do it. That's why there's no black distributors distributing all the rap music, right? There's no black Hollywood that don't have anything to do with the pedophilia, the drugs, all those things in Hollywood, right? Because, first of all, they think they're American. So there's no reason to do that. That's why when you start a school in Akron, LeBron James, what is the teaching going to be? He did start the school. He did put his money down. It is for black folks, Hispanic folks, Native American folks, but what is he teaching them? Is he teaching them that they're Hebrews, that they're chosen, come back to the Father, this is righteousness? No, because that to them is religion, and not understanding that this is the way of life, this is our culture. So you see how it's never going to be that? So no, back to the point, more straw wasn't going to free us. I hope y'all get that. More straw, more money. So while you got your your money, and then you do your Facebook financial freedom, and you taking pictures of money, I'm like, you're a big dummy, man. You doing the same thing the white man doing. You putting God, the money is God up. God is the money. You're doing the same thing the white man's doing. Now, mind you, I'm not saying don't have a job. I'm not saying don't make money. I'm not saying don't have a 401k. You got to say that yeah, you got to say the disclaimer, because these cats, they snip it. Oh, well, what are you supposed to, like, brother? Money is not God. Money is not the Most High. Financial freedom is not freedom. No. The freedom is through Yahweh. Right. And He will bless you with those things and how to keep them and properly use them.
Con.
Right?
Con.
Con? Okay, go ahead. Jump back.
Exodus chapter 6, verse 7. And I will take you to me for a people. And I will be to you a God.
Right?
And ye shall know that I am the Lord your God.
Right? That was the thing. I want to put you back in that mode. Trusting in me, believing in me. I'm your power. Read.
Which bringeth you out from under the bondage, from under the burdens of the Egyptians. And I will bring you into the land concerning the which I did swear to give to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob.
Right. If it's about land, I got you.
Con.
I'm going to give you all the land. Because that in itself, a lot of us Israelites miss it. That right there is financial freedom. I'm going to give you the land. It's going to be flowing with milk and honey. And you're thinking like, man, that's a relaxer. I'm going to be doo-dooing all day. No, he means what? He means the goodness of land.
Right.
He means all the natural resources, the commodities, and all the things that come with it. I got you, because I know how you Negroes, Hispanics, and Native Americans are. You're thinking about, but how am I going to eat if I serve this God? Sad, isn't it? You're going to eat. I got you. Go ahead.
And I will give it you for an inheritance.
Right.
I am the Lord.
Right.
And Moses spake so unto the children of Israel. But they hearkened not unto Moses.
But they did what?
But they hearkened not unto Moses.
There's so much to unpack. I'm glad we got street speaking out of the way. We got it done. Listen, the scriptures is showing us right here. Read that again. Come on.
But they hearkened not unto Moses.
Now, brothers, this word ain't for everybody. A lot of our people love slavery. They love lies. They love the falsehood. They love to be indoctrinated by this slavery mind state. If they didn't listen to Moses, they didn't listen to Christ, guess what? They're not going to listen to you. So this ain't meant for everybody. Everybody don't want to go to the rest, the real rest. Right? Go back to Isaiah 30 and 1. Go to Isaiah 30 and 1. Let's see. And we're going to be reading this a lot through. We're going to be reading this chapter a lot as we go through Exodus. Read that. Isaiah 30 and 1.
Isaiah chapter 30 verse 1.
Go ahead.
Woe to the rebellious children.
Because Israelites are rebellious as hell. They're selfish. Right? They've been taught how to be selfish, self-indulge. Right? They're rebellious. So, you know, when we as leaders and brothers and sisters, this is something I keep telling my ribs. This is something we always resonate with the leaders, the officers, the priests, to do what? Don't get caught up on individuals that stay or leave. Love them. Love your brother. Right? Be right with your brother. Have integrity. Follow the laws and commandments and be that brother. But you can't be so attached when their true feelings show forth and they don't want to do the will of the Most High, that you lose it. You get upset. We got to understand the will of the Father. The Most High is telling us they're going to be rebellious. Go ahead.
Woe to the rebellious children.
Woe means destruction. Read.
Saith the Most High.
Read.
That take counsel, but not of me.
Listen, all this Bible talk, bruh, our people be listening to counseling with somebody else. You see the advice and wisdom that the Father's given us? Our people don't want to hear this advice. They don't want to hear that. You literally, the 5 snippet of what we've been talking about, 5-minute snippet is crushing their dreams of life.
Yep. They trust in oppression.
They trust in oppression, yeah. So this rebellious Israelites, this is what it is. Like, think about it. This was us going in captivity from one Egypt king to another Egypt king ruling. Right? You got to think about that. This is Isaiah talking about it, prophesying it from Moses. That's a long time, bro. So what you got to see is this, that this bondage mind state still haven't left our people. They still slaves. Go ahead.
And that cover with their covering.
See, we like to cover up and comfort ourselves. Read.
But not of my spirit.
Right, but not of the Most High. Read.
And that they may add sin to sin.
And that's where the sin is. You be like, how am I sinning? How am I sinning? I just want to worry about me and my family. See, you see the manipulative talk right there? Because you only worried about you and yours. That's the sin. You're not putting the Father first. You're not putting your nation first. You're not putting your people first. There's no greater thing than a man that he laid down his life for his brethren. That's what Christ showed us. Read.
That walk to go down into Egypt.
Read.
And have not asked at my mouth.
See, they go down into Egypt. You know what it's saying? They go back. I want to go back, bro. I want to go back in bondage. And I know I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but we got to go here. Go ahead.
And have not asked at my mouth.
Read.
To strengthen themselves in the strength of Pharaoh.
So, we're not going to go on. We're going to jump back to Exodus. Because why? It's going to give away all the best things in here. But that's the mind state. They don't want to let go. They like, bro, we ain't listening to you, Moses. Bro, we're doing good. We're doing good. We're doing all right, Moses. Just whoop. That whip out my back. Oh, it burns a little, but we're doing good over here, bro. We're not here now. Moses, you son of a... Like, Moses ain't even whooping you.
I put some ointment on that. I'm good.
Yeah, I put ointment on that whip. But that's how our people look, man. They're like, man, it's funny. Every time you see that Judite mother, the black mother, the Hispanic mother crying on the news, talking about he was a good kid. He never did anything wrong. Like, bruh, that's a shame. Because you know those black mothers wanted independent from the black fathers. And no respect for the black father. Right? So they taught these boys to dad. It's your fault. You want to cry up there, act like he got shot down for no reason. Like, bro, you did that. You're part of that. Don't blame it on the police. It ain't all the police. The wicked is going to be the wicked. It's partly you too. Go ahead, read on.
Exodus chapter 6.
Go ahead.
Finishing verse 9.
Go ahead.
But they hearkened not unto Moses.
Right, they don't want to listen. Read.
For anguish of spirit and for cruel bondage.
Go ahead.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Go and speak unto Pharaoh, king of Egypt, that he let the children of Israel go out of his land. And Moses spake before the Lord, saying, Behold, the children of Israel have not hearkened unto me. How then shall Pharaoh hear me? Who am I of uncircumcised lips?
Right, so you got here what? You got a man sent to deal with these doubtful, disgruntled individuals, whether it be the king of Egypt or be Israel. Moses been put in the middle, right? Yes, he's going to question, but we're going to find out about Moses. He was still humble. He didn't do a Jonah and like, no, I'm not doing that. Right? He did what? I'm going to ask questions, but I'm going to follow the path.
Yes.
Right? And that's what we tell brothers. Right? Ask questions. The Most High doesn't want robots. Because what my experience in the truth, all the robots, you're going to leave the truth anyway. So it's pointless for you to be robotic and go around and don't understand what you're doing and why you're doing it. So any step of the way, you ask, why? If you don't know, well, why is that? So you can really understand and put your spirit clearly into doing what you're doing, whatever it is. And there was nothing wrong with him. He asked. He said what he said, and then the Most High is going to give him the answer. Go ahead. What verse you at?
Starting verse 13.
All right, go ahead.
And the Lord spake unto Moses and unto Aaron, and gave them a charge unto the children of Israel.
See, he charged them. What did we go over yesterday? You were called. You were chosen. You were given a charge, right? Go ahead.
And unto Pharaoh, king of Egypt, to bring the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt. Verse 14. These be the heads of their father's house. The head of Reuben, the firstborn of Israel. Hannah and Polo, and Hezron and Chimir. These be the families of Reuben. And the sons of Simeon, Jamal and Jim, and Ohad, and Jachin, and Zahar, and Shaul, the sons of the Canaanite woman. These are the families of Simeon. And these are the names of the son of Levi, according to their generations: Gershon, and Kohath, and Merari. And the years of the life of Levi were 137 years.
Damn. He lived 137 years old. Beautiful, right?
Wow.
All right. Next, brother. Oh, what you read to?
17.
Oh, one more verse.
You did say 17.
Yeah.
Verse 17. And the son of Gershon, Libni, and Shaman,
that's Shammai.
And Shammai, according to their families.
Right. Okay. Miles, Sabbath Shaw, Yahweh Banya Sha'ala, Amajib, correct?
Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shah, Brakatham.
Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shah, Brakatham.
Okay, so third reader. We're going to knock this out. Exodus 6:18 down to 7, verse 7.
Exodus chapter 6 and verse 18. Yeah. And the sons of Kohath, Amram, and Izhar, and Hebron, and Uzziel. And the years of the life of Kohath were 133 years.
Right. Remember, the Most High shortened our lifespan because of wickedness. Right? Imagine living 137 years smoking blunts. Imagine living 137 years being a sodomite, being a drug dealer. You know how many generations you corrupt? The earth would have been done it quick. So he shortened our lifespan all the way back from Methuselah being 960 something. I think 962. Is it 969, right? I always get Methuselah age, but 960 something. 69? 969. 970 years, almost living one day in the sight of the Lord, to all the way down to, the scriptures say, you might hit 70. Yeah. Yeah, man. Sin is destructive. Go ahead.
Verse 19. And the sons of Merari, and Mahalai, and Mushai. These are the families of Levi according to their generations. And Amram took him, Joshebed, his father's sister, to wife, and she bare him Aaron and Moses. And the years of the life of Amram.
Okay, y'all. Exodus 6 and 20 is whose mother and father? You got that? So there it is. Like you be reading it and you don't catch it. That's his mother and her father, right? Go ahead.
And the years of the life of Amram were 137 years. Verse 21. And the sons of Izhar, Korah, and Nepeg, and Zitron. And the sons of Uzziel, Mishael, and Ezaphan, and Zithron. And Aaron took him, Elisheba, daughter of Aminadab, sister of Naashar, to wife. And she bare him Nadab, and Abihu, Eleazar, Ithamar. Verse 24. And the sons of Korah, Izar, and Elkanah, and Abiasaph. These are the families of the Korahites, and Eleazar's Salakia. And
right. What verse you at?
Verse 25.
Right. So Korah. Right. So Korah. Remember that name. These are Levites, Korhites. Go ahead.
Verse 25. And Eleazar, Aaron's son, took him one of the daughters of Putiel to wife, and she bare him Phinehas.
Phinehas. Remember that name. Phinehas was. These are names that you got to remember as we read. So Korah and Phinehas. These are Levites. Go ahead.
These are the heads of the fathers of the Levites according to their families. These are that Aaron and Moses, to whom the Lord said, bring out the children of Israel from the land of Egypt according to their armies.
See? So you're like, well, there are people. Well, we was always in military mind. Everything was about order and discipline. It was embedded within us. We didn't have to go through a program. The structure of order and discipline and how we conducted ourselves made us warriors. So it was natural. Y'all get that? We didn't have to go to training to be a warrior. Life was our training. The wisdom showed us how to be warriors. The courage of the Most High showed us to have the confidence to go into these battles. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 27. These are they which spake to Pharaoh, king of Egypt, to bring out the children of Israel from Egypt. These are that Moses and Aaron. And it came to pass on that day when the Lord spake unto Moses in the land of Egypt, that the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, I am the Lord. Speak thou unto Pharaoh, king of Egypt, all that I say unto thee. And Moses said before the Lord, behold, I am of uncircumcised lips. And how shall Pharaoh hearken unto me? Exodus chapter 7 and verse 1. And the Lord said unto Moses, see, I have made thee a god to Pharaoh, and Aaron thy brother shall be thy prophet.
Right. So listen to that, y'all.
Yeah.
The job that Moses had, he said, you're going to be like the Most High, and Aaron will be your prophet. Look at the way the Most High raised him up, the prestige, the office that he was going to have to take. We got to understand what our office is, man. It's a high office. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 2. Thou shalt speak all that I command thee, and Aaron thy brother shall speak unto Pharaoh, that he send the children of Israel out of his land. And I will harden Pharaoh's heart, and multiply my signs and my wonders in the land of Egypt. But Pharaoh shall not hearken unto you.
But Pharaoh what?
Shall not hearken unto you.
Israel's not going to listen. The people are not going to listen. Pharaoh's not going to listen. Damn, what am I doing this for? Crazy, right?
Yeah.
But you see why you got to see these points? Because a lot of people come into the truth and be like, okay, but nobody's hearing me. No, they hear it. It's only a certain elect is going to hear. You see that? So you can't come in thinking, oh man, I'm on top of the world. I got the truth. It's time to enlighten everybody. And then when you can't enlighten everybody, you get discouraged. Everybody don't want to be enlightened. Everybody don't want to wake up. Y'all get that? Man, I'm going to tell y'all something. Some of these points that I bring out, I wish they were brought out more when I came in. Because then it would have gave me a better look as when I started to teach and not be discouraged by the people that wouldn't take the flyer. The people that would sit in the congregation and really wouldn't perform the work. Right? I can be fresh mind and clear to understand. Y'all understand that? Yeah, because a lot of brothers get it, and then they're like, they get to this point, they're like, yeah, but, bro, I've been counseling the brother, I've been teaching the brother, but he just don't get it. Well, it's not your job to force the course of that river. The Father is going to spark this in an individual. Some people are slow. The scripture said, why are ye slow, right? So you got to understand that everybody's not going to be like you. Y'all hear me say this a lot. You're like, man, but I'm litty, I'm ready. Put me in your whole blood. And they're like, Kazak, you done yet? You talk a lot. Like, damn, you a disrespectful nigga, ain't you? Right? And they're like, I gotta go. He's like, my rib needs me. You be like, your head be wanting to explode. But that's how Israel is. Go read your history. You see why I'm telling y'all that? Because I keep repeating that to myself. Why? Because once I look at it clearly, then I will in no way be discouraged from doing my will, the Most High's will without any expectations. Right? You know what I mean? Only expectation is what? That you abide in the word. Right? You living up to that? We teach, we give, we support to do that. Right? That's it. That makes sense? Yeah, I'm saying that to relieve y'all. Is these points. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 4 from the top. But Pharaoh shall not hearken unto you, that I may lay my hand upon Egypt.
Right. He's not going to listen. like they're not listening to us out there. Right? They know we're there. The government knows we're there. They can't ignore it. Look at what Israel United just did for that Kyrie Irving thing.
Yeah.
They can't ignore that.
Nope.
Then they see all these Israelites waking up. Not only Israel United, there's so many damn camps through the world. Yeah. Like, once again, yes, there's some brothers not doing it right. They acting like fools, but majority is what? Doing it the right way. Right? But you got to think about that. That's powerful. Read.
And bring forth my army.
And bring forth his army. Okay. So we're raising up the armies of the Most High. But whose army is it? It's the Most High's army. You can never get in a position and think, I'm the man. You got to always stay humble. Because the Most High, if you haven't seen in Israel, the Most High show all these men, you're not the man. Right? So you got to be careful on how you're promoted. Right? That's why you don't see, and I'm not saying this to boast, I'm just saying this hopefully as an example. Right? I don't put my rank up there. I don't even like telling y'all how long I've been in the truth, but you got to do that for the ones that don't know your pedigree. Right? But other than that, like, it's not about me. It's about the truth. It's about we, right? It always has to be about that. I'm not the only one that does it. There's a lot of brothers that have a code of honor, and it's not about lifting themselves up. It's not only me. You know what I mean? But I know this. The reason I don't do it is because I done seen already elders in the past that think they're Kimo Sabi, and the Most High what? He pulls them down. So we got to understand, this is the Most High's army, right? All we are is messengers to do our job. Y'all agree? What's up?
I agree with that 100%. Because that's the example of what we're reading in chapter 7.
Right.
When Moses, when he delivered the word of God to the children of Israel.
Right.
And they didn't hearken unto him. Right? Moses didn't say, listen to me, you stupid, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Right? I'm Moses. The Lord appointed me. Right?
Right.
He didn't do that. He went back and counseled. He consulted with the Lord.
Right.
Right? And made the Lord assure what he was.
Right.
Right? And so that's what he did.
And his job. Assure what he was and what his job was.
What his job was, yes.
Right.
Right. And that's what you're saying. That's the message. That's the what we should be demonstrating.
Yeah.
Is the humbleness and the meekness. I was looking at Malachi 2 and verse 7, right? And I was looking in the NASB, right? It says this: for the lips of the priest should maintain knowledge, and the people should seek instruction from his mouth.
Right.
For he is the messenger of the Lord's. He is the messenger of the Lord of armies.
Yeah.
What we supposed to be ushering in? The Lord's army.
The Lord's army.
Exactly.
And there's a few things in this dialogue. Armies. Like, you don't think about that. Brothers come in and be like, man, I thought I was coming to church. Bro, you in the army. But you in the Lord's army. Right? And in this army, it's different. You don't shave your hair bald and you don't shave your beard off. Right? It's a spiritual army. Right? So no, we're not going to have to go stump nobody out. But you're going to have to stump those demons out. Those emotions out. The weak spirit out. Right? And it does still establish military themes in us, which is what? Order, discipline, unity, brotherhood, camaraderie, right? All these things. It establishes those things. So I like that too. Going back to the perspective that we're supposed to be getting out of it, and what I'm trying to share with everybody is how for you to stay in the right mind and clear-minded and never get to this point to where you think you're running it, because you're not. We're just tools. The Most High, read the Bible. Any way the Most High will replace your crispy butt. He can replace us. I know that. I hope y'all understand that. You're replaceable. Right? So while you're thinking, right, oh, I'm needed. Nah, the Most High say, listen, I'm going to bring somebody up more humble. And they're going to be, that's what he did at Saul, right? Oh, Saul, you think you the man? Oh, first of all, you're rebellious, you're stubborn, you think you cute, right? I'm going to go get somebody more humble than you, less stature, right? So he wouldn't take pride in his beauty. Not saying David wasn't a beautiful man, but this man was humble. And he raised up David, right? He said a friend, he was a man after his own heart. Right? I get those. It said Abraham was a friend of God, and David was a man after his own heart. So just a reminder, so we can sit down and be humble, understand. And this is what I tell myself, so I'm just sharing that with y'all in these points, reminders, right? What you got? You got something? No? All right, go ahead, read.
Verse 4, last precept.
That Malachi 2 and 7. I like that. Go ahead.
And my people, the children of Israel, out of the land of Egypt by great judgment. Verse 5. And the Egyptians shall know that I am the Lord, when I stretch forth mine hand upon Egypt, and bring out the children of Israel from among them. Verse 6. and Moses and Aaron did as the Lord commanded them. So did they. Verse 7. And Moses was 80 years old, and Aaron 83 years old.
Okay, so a score is 20. So Moses at this time, when he was sent, was 80. Y'all got that? Okay, hold on 1 second. Okay, so he was 80. Y'all got this down? Okay, so Moses was 80. Okay, that's 7. You done?
Last precept.
Uh-huh.
It says, when they spake unto Pharaoh.
Go ahead.
That was the last verse.
Okay, all right. Next, brother.
Mala'akia Shabbatashah Yahawada Ban Yasharala.
Mala'akia Shabbatashah Yahawada Ban Yasharala. Imagine Barak.
Yahweh Sham Yahshai Brakatam.
Yahweh Sham Brakatam. All right.
So you're going to read from 7 and 8 to 8 and 2. Yeah, good reading, y'all. Remember, when y'all come up, read, pay attention to where you're at, read with power, conviction, bring us into the story, right? Go ahead.
Exodus chapter 7, verse 8. And the Lord spake unto Moses and unto Aaron, saying, when Pharaoh shall speak unto you, saying, show me a miracle for you, then thou shalt say unto Aaron, take thy rod, and cast it before Pharaoh, and it shall become a serpent. And Moses and Aaron went unto Pharaoh, and they did so as the Lord had commanded. And Aaron cast down his rod before Pharaoh, and before his servants, and it became a serpent. Then Pharaoh also called the wise men and the sorcerers, now the magicians of Egypt. They also did in like manner with their enchantments.
Right. So the witchcraft is real, right? We know a lot of these cats, magicians are one thing. You know, you're doing tricks, right? We're not talking about just that. We're talking about witchcraft. The things that people tap into, the left-hand side. It's real, right? That's why the Father says don't deal with these things. That's the left-hand side, right? It ain't right. It ain't the will of the Father, right? Not to deal with these things. The way we invoke the Spirit is not through doing it the way witches do it. They're not calling on the Father. They're calling on Satan, negative, deities, powers other than the Most High. First of all, you out of order. The Most High controls all that. So why would I have to connect to these deities through the improper way when the Father, the power of all spirits, tells me don't do that? So you see where it's wrong, right? And then it always takes you down a negative path, an evil path. Y'all get this? So that's what you're seeing there. A lot of people think, witchcraft ain't real. It's real. They tap into that negative. They tap into those negative demons, and they get negative results. But those results are to entrap the individual within this moment and keep serving those powers, not the Most High. You bound for destruction, right? Because those entities lose in the end. Okay, go ahead.
Verse 12. For they cast down every man his rod.
Right.
And they became serpents.
Right.
But Aaron's rod swallowed up their rods. And he hardened Pharaoh's heart, that he hearkened not unto them, as the Lord had said. And the Lord said unto Moses, Pharaoh's heart is hardened. He refuseth to let the people go. Get thee unto Pharaoh in the morning. Lo, he goeth out unto the water.
You're seeing a man that obeyed his orders, that did what the Most High said and was humble and meek. I mean, listen, look at what he's doing. He's going to bring down a kingdom, right? And I mean, if you were blind, that would be the only way you couldn't see what the heck is going on here, right? But Moses and Aaron and whoever was seeing that, their eyes should have been open. But yet and still, you had a lot of doubters, a lot of unbelievers, right? Go ahead.
And thou shalt stand by the river's brink
Uh-huh.
against he come. And the rod which was turned to a serpent shalt thou take in thine hand.
Right.
And thou shalt say unto him, The Lord God of the Hebrews have sent me unto thee, saying, Let my people go, that they may serve me in the wilderness. And, behold, hitherto thou wouldest not hear.
Right.
Thus saith the Lord, and this thou shalt know that I am the Lord. Behold, I will smite with the rod that is in my hand upon the waters which are in the river, and they shall be turned.
So, let's note this for all the scholars here. The first miracle was what?
The rod.
The rod. Right. First miracle for all you scholars, the rod, his rod swallowed up their rods, right? Go ahead.
And they shall be turned to blood.
Right, so the second one was what?
And they shall be, thus saith the Lord, and this thou shalt know, that I am the Lord. Behold, I will smite with the rod that is in mine hand upon the waters which are in the river.
Right.
And they shall be turned to blood.
They should be turned to blood. So this is the second miracle, right? Go ahead.
And the fish that is in the river shall die,
Mm-hmm.
and the river shall stink, and the Egyptians shall loathe to drink of the water of the river.
Mm-hmm.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, Say unto Aaron, Take thy rod, and stretch out thy hand upon the waters of Egypt, upon their streams, upon their rivers,
Mm-hmm.
and upon the ponds, and upon all their pools of water, that they may become blood, and that there may be blood throughout all the land of Egypt, both in vessels of wood and in vessels of stone.
Mm-hmm.
And Moses and Aaron did so, as the Lord commanded, and he lifted up the rod and smote the waters that were in the river.
Right, and see, the thing is this. We know nowadays the Most High stripped us from the power to do these things. Like it says, the just shall live by faith. But there are still miracles. There's still things that the Most High have done in your life and in my life that you're supposed to be looking at and saying, wait a minute, the Most High delivered me. He showed me something. You hear me talk about those anchors, the things that are supposed to keep you rooted, that shows you in your life the Most High moved in your life. And this is what we have to constantly remind ourselves of. Yes, sister. The water being blood. Any water turned into blood. Yeah. Check that out. Go ahead.
In the sight of Pharaoh, and in the sight of his servants, and all the waters that were in the river were turned to blood. And the fish that was in the river died, and the river stank, and the Egyptians could not drink of the water of the river. And there was blood throughout all the land of Egypt. And the magicians of Egypt did so with their enchantments. And Pharaoh's heart was hardened. Neither did he hearken unto them.
Right.
As the Lord hath said.
We have to see people you go to in the world, right? Family members, friends. Their minds might be hardened, right? We still got to do the will of the Father, right? When they make their faces iron, you get stubborn in righteousness, right? That's how it has to be. You believe in your God, I believe in the one true God, right? You got to get stubborn just like them. You can't. How is it that it works on your conscience, but you're not working on their conscience? Why? Why is it that your conscience is being weighed down, but they not? They sitting home good. They like, nigga, you crazy. I'm celebrating Christmas. But you over there sweating like, oh, I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know how they going to look at me. My family's going to cut me off. No, they're not. Why they not doing that? Because they believe without a shadow of doubt. You know why you shivering? You know why you shaking? Because you don't believe. Because you don't believe, man. But when you believe, when they get hardened, you're like, okay, yeah, God, then I'm going to be hard too, right? In the word of the Father. Oh, y'all must not, oh, y'all thought I was joking. No, we don't do that no more. That's how you got to look at them. Yeah, I don't do that no more. I actually read the Bible myself and found out that that's not even in the Bible. Right? Halloween is not in the Bible. I'm not dressing my kid up. And actually, I was reading some books on it. It's a demonic spiritualism that goes behind that. So why would I do that being a true believer of the Most High? So don't look at me weird. What are you looking at me weird for? I'm looking at you weird. You're the weirdo doing something that you don't even know what you're doing. See, that's how, like, don't look at me with that face like, what's wrong with you? Yeah. Like, no, what's wrong? What's wrong with me? What's wrong with you? Y'all get that? And that's how y'all got to be in the spirit. A lot of times, man, your mom and your family be piercing through your soul. You know what I mean? You second question and guessing your life. Why are you guessing your life? Because you're shook. You're a halfway crook.
They don't know about that, huh?
You shook. Your mom got you shook. Family got you shook. They sit there and have talk with you. You better man the hell up. Be like Yahweh Shai at 12. Like, listen, let me sit down and school you. I'll tell you why. You know what I mean? But you get over there, you start sweating. You live in two lives now. You live in two lives. You like 1 minute you Shalom, Yahweh Shemala, then Yahweh Shemel Shai. When you go around your mama and dad, and now you back what? You back to being blacks and Hispanics, right? Like, what are you? Oh, you're double-minded. Well, we know what double-minded people will be, unstable in all their ways, right? You're not sure, right? Go ahead.
Verse 23. And Pharaoh turned and went into his house. Neither did he set his heart to do this also.
Look, he didn't set his heart to change, right? But you the one doubting. Let's see what Moses, it goes on and says, and Moses doubted the Lord. It goes on and says that somewhere? No, that ain't in this book. It ain't in there. It must be the Quran or the book of Jasher. It ain't in here though. It don't say that. It didn't say nothing about Moses because he was the same way too. Like, okay, what I got to do next, Yahweh? I'm going to keep doing what the Father said. Right? But we be shook. Why are you double-minded? You answer that. Go ahead.
And all the Egyptians, verse 24, and all the Egyptians dig round about the river for water to drink.
Right.
For they could not drink of the water of the river. And 7 days were fulfilled.
They trying to strain dirt. They're looking for dirt. I'm going to strain some dirt to see if I can get some good water out of that. Everything was blood. You finna go on a dang, how many day fast? 7 day fast of drinking water. You better eat some grapes. You better drink some wine, something. Because water, you weren't drinking it. All right, go ahead.
After that, the Lord has smitten the river. Exodus chapter 8, verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses, Go unto Pharaoh, and say unto him, Thus saith the Lord, Let my people go.
Who is the Most High getting counsel from? I mean, who's Moses getting counsel from?
The Most High.
Who are you getting counsel from?
The Most High.
Some of us is not. Some of us is getting counsel from the demon. What's the demon's name? You getting counsel from a demon? You talking to demons? Because you got to make sure you get counsel from the Father. Counsel from the Father is going to come from this. It's going to come from the Scriptures. And if you don't have the advice, and you only got one scripture to add, that ain't advice, y'all. You better make sure you have a good circumference of understanding. Because then you end up like Christian. You didn't know where I was going with that, huh? It was like, one scripture won't work? No. You got to go through the Bible, because a lot of times you pick and choose what you want to hear. You better have the balance of the understanding, right? And a lot of times you don't got more than one scripture. So you got to ask, hey, question. Baby, I got a question. Husband, I got a question. Priest, I got a question. This is where my mind was on this subject. Am I correct? You know what? You were correct. Here, let me add this scripture to that. Right? You got to go through the scriptures. Yeah. Oh, okay. You understand now? Okay, go ahead.
That they may serve you. Verse 2. And if thou refuse to let them go, behold, I will smite all thy borders with frogs.
Right, I will smite the borders with frogs. Next, brother.
Sorry.
Bakar Gabar, Shabbat Ashur, Yahawada, Banya Sharala.
Bakar Gabar, Shabbat Ashar, Yahawada, Banya Shala, I Majid, right?
Yahweh Shem Yahshai Brakatham.
Yahweh Shem Yahshai Brakatham.
All right. You're going to verse 22. Yeah. We getting through it, huh? Only 3? Only 4? What is it? No.
Exodus chapter 8 and verse 3. And the river shall bring forth frogs abundantly.
So the third miracle was the frogs. Third miracle. Mm-hmm. Go ahead. What happened? What? Third. Well, the third plague. Excuse me, I said miracle. We're saying miracle because we know, but the plague, third plague. The third one. Isn't that? Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying the plague as a flow. Yeah, he's correct. So it's the second plague, third miracle. Right, gotcha. Because the first one was just kind of, it was showing them.
That the Most High power.
Right. So now I'm going to drop these plagues.
Right.
So let me transition my verbiage. The second plague is the frogs. The first plague was the blood. First plague was the blood. Second, the frogs. Go ahead.
And the river shall bring forth frogs abundantly, which shall go up and come into thy house, and into thy bedchamber, and upon thy bed, and into the house of thy servants, and upon thy people, and into thy ovens, and into thy kneading troughs. And the frogs shall come up both on thee, and upon thy people, and upon all thy servants. And the Most High spake unto Moses, saying to Aaron, stretch forth thy hand with thy rod over the streams, over the rivers, and over the ponds, and cause frogs to come up upon the land of Egypt.
Mm-hmm.
And Aaron stretched out his hand over the waters of Egypt, and the frogs came up and covered the land of Egypt. And the magicians did so with their enchantments, and brought up frogs upon the land of Egypt.
Mm-hmm.
Then Pharaoh called for Moses and Aaron.
Right. Remember, all these things are happening for a sign to the people.
God.
Yeah.
All these things are happening to the signs to the Egyptians. Why is the Most High doing what He's doing in this world? Signs. Right? Go to Matthew 24 real quick. The signs. We got to remember, Let's bring them. These are the signs of Egypt. Let's bring them to the signs today, right? Go ahead.
Matthew chapter 24, verse 30.
Uh-huh.
And then shall appear the sign of the Son of Man.
Right.
In heaven.
Right.
And then shall all the tribes of the earth mourn.
Okay, wait, we missed. No. Start 24 and verse 4. 4.
Verse 4?
Yeah.
Matthew chapter 24 and verse 4.
Because these are the signs now. Go ahead.
And Yahweh shall answer and said unto them,
Right.
Take heed that no man deceive you.
Right. We got to watch. Because deception is going to come. Right? How? Read.
For many shall come in my name, saying, I am a Mashiach.
You see, you got to watch that. No man is going to save us. All we are is messengers. And that doesn't mean you don't give honor or credit to the messenger. Because the Most High said what? Give honor to the elder, right? That don't mean you don't respect the messengers. Because we know what happened when Israel did that. They killed the messengers. But the messengers, we are not Yahweh Shah. Right? We're not the Savior.
Right.
You're going to be accountable to the Most High and to Judgment Day. Go ahead.
And shall deceive many.
Right?
And ye shall hear of wars and rumors of wars.
That's the signs. Y'all not getting it because the white man keep telling you, oh yeah, that's been happening. No, wars has escalated. Go look up statistics. You'll start to see the escalation over periods of time and how more prevalent it is now than ever. So wars, read.
And rumors of war.
Read.
See that ye be not troubled.
Bro, you got the Ukraine, Russia. You got China trying to get Taiwan. Right? You got North Korea and you got South Korea. Right? Y'all have to understand what's going on here. You got always in the middle of that, Iran. Right? On top of that, on the other side, you're thinking, well, those are the bad guys, right? No. You got America. Well, yeah, those are the bad ones. No, America is what? In the background. Stirring the damn pot. Right? So you got all these wars and rumors of wars and things going on. You got a Cold War going on, man. Go ahead.
For all these things must come to pass.
See? Go ahead.
But the end is not yet.
These are the signs of the beginning of the end. The beginning of the end. You understand that? Go ahead.
For nation shall rise against nation.
It's happening already. Read.
And kingdom against kingdom.
Read.
And there shall be famine.
There should be what?
Famine.
Okay. This is the big mistake that was happening in Egypt. While all the frogs are coming, people are like, oh, that's a coincidence. Well, of course the frogs are to come, because the blood, that created pestilence, and what that did is, that's how they did on the History Channel. Right? Like, bruh, the Most High created all that. Because you don't see a hand come out of heaven, behold, the blood. Oh, you seen a guy come over with a staff and do like this. And then so you're like, okay, and that's how Israel is. That's how people are. And, bro, you come with a staff all you want. Like, you ain't the Most High. You ain't, bruh, it's already happening. The wars, the rumors of wars, pestilence, all the fake food, no matter what food we eat, we still get cancer. It's like, man, I'm going to be healthy. Bro, how you get colon cancer eating healthy foods? How you get diabetes and you eating healthy? Right? Because why? All the genetically modified incarnations of foods. I just was watching this other article on how they're using God damn, what were we watching? Natural food, or what's the other word?
Organic.
Organic. They're putting that sticker on everything. Organic. Esau's so damn deceptive. Because it don't got crack in it, it's organic. Oh, thanks. Hey, thanks for not putting crack in that. Now that I know it's organic. It got everything else. It's genetically modified. It's washed in dookie. It's like, it's not organic. But you over here in America, you thinking like, man, I'm finna go eat good. Bruh, don't you know Chipotle is owned by McDonald's? Like, it's fresh food. Right? Y'all gotta understand. Y'all didn't know that? Chipotle owns McDonald's. McDonald's owns Chipotle. But that's the thing. We are not understanding that pestilence has been here. It's been here. It's like, you didn't realize it until what? COVID. Then COVID hit. Then the incarnation of COVID. Then COVID. And there's so many things, like variations. Now we're on what? We're on the respiratory. The RSV.
Yeah, they're coming up. They're flaring up.
Right. I'll tell you this. I'm going to tell you this. And y'all know as well. There's no way on earth. I think we notice more because we're always around a bigger body. But how are you sick every other week? Brothers, I've never seen so many people sick.
Yeah.
So much. Now, thank the Lord that He pulls you out of the sickness. But that pestilence has killed a lot of people. Right? Yeah, the brother was saying it last night. One of his family members died of COVID. But how many of our family members died of COVID? Right? You understand? The pestilence is here. Stop walking around like, because a hand ain't come out of heaven. It's just things that happen. The Most High is literally bringing this world to an end. Don't sleep like them in Egypt. Y'all understand? Go ahead.
And pestilences.
And go ahead.
And earthquakes in diverse places.
Yeah, you got earthquakes in weird places. Like, never happened before. It's just destroying this city. 500 people. And y'all, we don't think none of it. We're like, oh, another earthquake happened somewhere. You don't see that the Most High, these are His signs. He said it. Go ahead.
All these are the beginning of sorrow.
It's the beginning of the end. You think of the end as a line. This is the beginning. It's leading us to the end. And it's going to increase to the end. Go ahead.
Then shall they deliver you up to be afflicted.
Right. And for teaching the word, you will be afflicted. Right? Look at us. How are we afflicted now? Now, back in the days, it was more strenuous. Not saying a lot of us won't go through that. But look at what the end was going to bring about. Go ahead.
And shall kill you.
Read.
And ye shall be hated of all nations.
And you shall be what?
Hated of all nations.
Well, now you're racist because you're teaching history. Right? You're teaching them that don't believe in a wicked kingdom. Right. Show me what Bible person was like, you know what? Yeah, we love captivity. Show me Daniel was like, yeah, we love the Babylonians. Like we was in Babylon, like, yeah, man, we Babylon forever. Show me that. Show me where when the Maccabees was fighting against the Romans, they was like, man, we love Rome. We was never okay with oppression. But that's the psychology. When you speak against oppression, you're what? Labeled what? A hate group. You love. When we bring the color of Christ, he's dark skinned, what happens? Racist. Like, why? You trying to tell me you put God white, angels white, the apostles white, you put God white, Christ white, everybody white, but we tell you that, no, they were actually dark skinned like they were Hebrews. Like, see, you're racist. That's why I'm trying to tell you. That's the psychology of America. They're beautiful at it. They can make you think you're crazy. Right? You got to understand what's happening here. Go ahead.
For my name's sake.
Read.
And then shall many be offended.
Right. And many be what?
Offended. offended.
What is happening right now?
Many be offended.
Many is offended. You offended everybody. They use that word. Oh, I'm offended. Right? You offended mom. You offended dad. You offended family members. Right? The ones that are y'all are really standing on the word. What happens to your family? They get cut off. A lot of them dislike you. I know a lot of brothers, man, that didn't show up no more because they women's told them what? Man, there's too many of them over there, man. You might get COVID.
Wow.
Huh? That's how we know it's nigga wisdom. See, it's manipulative. You can go to work, but not be threatened. She'll let him go to work and not be threatened. But when you come around the camp, the school of Israel, you're going to go over there and get COVID.
Yeah, go to work.
Nigga, wisdom. I'm trying to tell y'all. And they really think this works. I'm like, that worked on you? I mean, let's be real. There was probably underlining something else besides this woman. But I'm like, wow, you really just fell back because of what she was saying? Because she might get sick and the kids might get sick? You had no faith? Y'all got to understand what the Most High has been doing. He's doing his word. The word is going to offend. Go ahead.
And shall betray one another.
And what?
And shall betray one another.
How many people come in and betray the word? How many people come in and betray the word of the Most High? Think about it. They signed that spiritual contract. No, I want to serve the Most High. I want to do right. And then they abandon that. Oh, I don't want to deal with no camp. Like, bruh, what does that got to do with you following the word? You were supposed to learn the word of the Most High. Not get caught up in no drama. But that's the problem. People don't come, they come with drama instead of serving the word of the Most High. Go ahead.
And shall hate one another.
And shall what?
Hate one another.
Where is hate at right now? Like literally, we have to teach Israelites not to hate. I'm talking about brothers that read the book on how not to hate one another. Where's the hate at right now at an all-time high? Not only with us. I'm just showing you how in our circle, Israelite, but look at all the other circles of the world. Democrats hate the Republicans. Republicans hate them. This guy from New Mexico, did y'all see that? Democratic candidate? He went and tried to shoot up the other candidates. It's funny as hell. But that's the hate. This is all through every aspect in every world of this world. All these things are coming to pass. While you're sleeping and acting like, look, nothing's happening. Look, bro, look, I gotta go to work. They're thinking like that, and we're woke. Read.
And many false prophets shall rise.
And, oh my God, how many new doctrines? That's why, don't come with this, don't tell me some new thing that some guy came up like a magician. Like, he literally, you pop up with, well, I heard, or what one Israelite said, I'm not going to even attribute them as Israelites. I'm done with that. If you newly pop up with some new doctrine, I'm going to be like, that ain't Israelite. Like I told the other brother the other day. I ain't heard that. I haven't heard that over 30 years, and all of a sudden, we got to attribute that to every Hebrew Israelite? Because some guy in a basement decided to say something, and because he said he was an Israelite? No, bro. I ain't heard that. Who said that? I know the elders, they ain't come up, where they come up with that with? The brothers I know, we ain't say that. So then, that ain't no Israelite. That's probably a fed. You can't just pop up with some new doctrine to confuse everybody.
Right.
There's false prophets that it's more confusing. That's why, man, you know what? I don't go into a lot of breakdowns. I don't go into a lot of revelations. I don't go, why, y'all don't notice that. I don't deal with that. You know why? Because these cats is always looking for something to argue about. I'm sticking to the basics. Clean yourself, get right with the Most High. Right? You want something to argue about and have division about. Right? You want to fight over doctrine.
Yeah.
The Most High said there's so many false prophets. How do we discern and say, look, let's stick to the basics. Everybody want to say something that's different from the other school. Right? That's confusion. How about we just stick to clean yourself up? Yeah, I know people like, when they ask me the question, I'm like, I'm not going into no Revelations with you. Because you done heard every Revelations breakdown online. Then you want to argue about it. Right? Look about, remember the brother came in on the Sabbath and said what? I heard angels were real. I'm like, because why? He heard what? Angels were only us. You see how they use everything to confuse the youngest brothers? It's not about cleaning yourself up. It's about now we got to argue whether the angels are real or not. It's stupidity, y'all. So how do we, that's why Paul said it best. It's the simplicity in Christ. How do we stick to the basics? You see what I'm saying? Because this is happening. Read.
And shall deceive many.
And you know what? They deceived them right into what? I'm gonna just keep smoking weed, keep doing drugs, keep being a whoremonger. It don't do nothing for them. Let's stick to the basics, man. How do we show brothers, man, to turn to Christ, get their spirit right? Simple as that. Right? Go ahead.
And because iniquity shall abound.
And because iniquity, wickedness is more abounding. This is how we know we're in the last days. Iniquity is promoted. Right? Whoremongering, butt-naked women, right? Sodomite men, drugs, right? Don't worry about God. Cut God out, cut the Most High out of everything, right? Iniquity is stronger than righteousness right now. That's why it's a small portion. You're thinking like, well, there's a lot of Hebrew Israelites waking up. It is a lot. But a very small portion according to everybody else. It's a small portion. I'm going to say it again. Go look at Creflo Dollar's church. And go look at the biggest schools out here. You still, they won't even crush a number of Creflo Dollar's church. You want one class of Creflo Dollar, Joe Osteen, you will look foolish. Because lies are taught more than the truth. Right? Iniquity is abounding. Go ahead.
The love of many shall wax cold.
And now, that's more prevalent. Cold-hearted brothers. Cold-hearted men. The world is cold. More murders. Don't second question to kill you or not. They'll do it quick. Back in the days, it's like, man, I'm going to go get some counseling. Now it's what? Nope, I'm going to go shoot everybody up. I'm going to shoot everybody up, man. I'm going to go kill somebody. Oh, you was talking to me with the Walmart guy, brother. Just got shot by the cops. He went to Walmart. That was the what? Third in the month? How many people going through Walmart? Yes. It was third in a few months, right? It was third in a few months. Walmart cats that are losing it and people on Walmart. Why? Because you go to Walmart and the managers treat you like crap. They talk to you any way, so they going back and shooting them in the face. The love of many shall wax cold. So who's cold? The one that is treating the people like trash, or the one that's shooting them in the face? Good question, right? Who's damn more cold? And you treating people like that and they come back and what? They shoot you in the teeth. You got to see what's going on in the world and stop acting like nothing happening. You err not knowing the scriptures. Come on.
But he that shall endure to the end.
Right? But the ones that have the strength to endure. Because you ask yourself, well, who got the power to endure? The other ones, everybody else, psychologically, are not going to make it. Because they don't have faith, strength, spiritual fortitude to make it to the end. They're going to lose it, man. They're losing it. Go ahead.
The same shall be saved.
The same shall be saved. And that's why the Most High has chosen and woke up a certain elect, because you're going to endure. You're going to make it through. Right? And that's not a lot of people. Those are the signs of our time. Just like Egypt. Jump back. Come on.
Exodus chapter 8 and verse 8.
Uh-huh.
Then Pharaoh called for Moses and Aaron and said, entreat the Most High, that he may take away the frogs from me and from my people, and I will let the people go, that they may do sacrifice unto the Most High.
Right.
And Moses said unto Pharaoh, glory over me, when shall I entreat for thee, and for thy servants, and for thy people, to destroy the frogs from thee, and thy houses, that they may remain in the river only? And he said, tomorrow. And he said, be it according to thy word, that thou mayest know that there is none like unto the Most High our power.
Right, and we know wicked people, double-minded people, right? We know their mentality. One minute they believe, and the next minute what? Oh, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna be right. Pharaoh's like, oh yeah, please take this away. I'm gonna get right.
Yeah.
Lord, please, if you just take this away from me, I'm gonna be different. Really? You different? You different now? Where's the difference at? And that's what you're gonna see in this character, Pharaoh. He ain't different. He ain't changing. Right. He just want the frogs to leave, right? You don't really want to change. You just want the frogs to leave, right? That's what I'm gonna start saying now, brother. You really want to change, or you want the frogs to leave? Go ahead.
Verse 11. And the frogs shall depart from thee, and from thy houses.
You want the frogs to leave out? Go ahead.
And from thy servants, and from thy people. They shall remain in the river only. And Moses and Aaron went out from Pharaoh. And Moses cried unto the Most High because of the frogs which he had brought upon Pharaoh. And the Most High did according to the word of Moses. And the frogs died out of the house.
Moses couldn't move the frogs. We can't move. No matter how many times you get anointed, you can't remove. Look, remember, we ain't got the power that Yahweh Shai had. Where I place my hand on you and the frogs is gone. Right? The demons is gone. The anointing oil don't have the power no more. Right? To where you can get anointed and the Spirit comes on you. I'm not saying don't get anointed. I'm taking you out of that religion mind.
Yeah.
Right? The prayer we pray over you, the Most High said do it. Right? So let's don't think we anoint because we're hoping you believe.
Yeah. Right.
It's the belief. Right? Remember he said if I could just touch the robe, the end of his garment, he said your faith has made you whole. So what is the point if you get anointed and you don't change? Or you don't move on your prayer? Or you don't believe that the Most High can help you? You understand that? It's all about belief, man. You can't be fake. Go ahead.
Verse 13.
And
the Most High did according to
So you're at verse 13? You're what? The fifth person, right? Go ahead. Yeah, you're going to 22.
And the Most High did according to the word of Moses. And the frogs died out of the houses, out of the villages, and out of the fields. And they gathered them together upon heaps, and the land stank. But when Pharaoh saw that there was respite, he hardened his heart, and hearkened not unto them.
See? So what did he want? He only wanted the frogs to be removed. To do what? To get what he wants. It says, you ask amiss, only to consume it upon your own lust. Right? You want something, it says you have not, because you don't really know what you want, how to get it, right? And what to do with it. So the Most High said, you know what? I'm not going to give you what you want, right? And that's what you see here. This type of character, you be in that Pharaoh mind state, like, oh, you get it, it moves, and then now you back in the same mind state.
Yeah.
So don't come with this, the truth don't work. Your fake ass mind don't work. You're fake as hell, and the Most High knows it, and he knows that your move is going to be fake, so he don't give you what you want. Who you think you're dealing with? An idol? You're dealing with the one true God. He knows the game, right? If this heathen is playing that game, he knows his people, right? Go ahead.
And hearken not unto them as the Most High has said.
Right, go ahead.
Verse 16.
Uh-huh.
And the Most High said unto Moses, say unto Aaron, stretch out thy rod, and smite the dust of the land, that it may become lice throughout all the land of Egypt.
So what verse are you at?
Verse 17.
So verse 17 is the, this is the fourth, right. I'm sorry, the third plague. Third plague. Go ahead.
Verse 17. And they did so, for Aaron stretched out his hand with his rod, and smote the dust of the earth, and it became lice in man.
Man, that's a hard one. I seen something online where this person had lice in his hair. Bro, his whole head.
See that?
Like you seen that too? Like his whole head was full of lice.
Brother?
I don't remember. All I was just looking at the head. It wasn't a brother.
Because I don't think we're able to agree on that.
Who told you that? Hell yeah, that's not true. Judah get lice? Who got lice in here? No, who had lice in here? Well, I know you had lice. You light skinned. See, that's what they're saying. Only light skinned people. No.
They definitely say.
Yeah, nobody's had lice?
Lie.
No, what?
I was going to ask, how do you know if you got lice?
I'm going to answer the question. Lice, they like real small. Usually your mom got to cut your hair. Now, let me ask this. Is it true Judah can't get lice?
No,
Yeah.
I heard that before. I heard because we put oils in our hair
Right.
that we can't get lice.
But have you known somebody? Judah?
They used to get it from somebody else, like a different nation. Like, give it, say if you,
Yeah, well, that's lice anyway.
yeah, like you can get it, but we don't usually contract it on our own. Like, it don't start.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, because the juice is in the hair. Yeah, because to get lice out, you use oil. So, that natural oil in your hair. So, is that true or is that... Anybody know a Judite that had lice? You have?
No.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
What Jew?
In California.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We used to live in like a trailer park. And, yeah.
Well, it could be that the Jews were around trailer park trash.
But that doesn't mean they didn't get it.
They got it. Oh, but they're saying they can get it, but usually it usually don't start from you.
That's how it is in
But that's how lice is in general, right? That's what I thought. I mean, listen, I believed it. Nah, bro, because Judah's hair is different, so I believed it. I'm like, but it just came up. Is that really real? Listen, lice is lice. I wanted to know. But anyway, yeah, that lice, it get in your hair all thick, right? Now, hold on a minute. We're missing something. We're missing something. What are these Egyptians?
Bible says.
They're black people. Right? They're not Israelites. They're not from the seed of Abraham, but they're what? They got nappy hair too.
Was it in their hair?
Bro, what is it in their hair? It was everywhere. It was everywhere, yeah. So, wait a minute, we just destroyed that. You know what I mean? Now you can say, well, being a Hebrew Israelite, I never got it. But, yeah, these Egyptians, these Hamites, they what? They got lice.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Yeah, they got, he's looking like, wait a minute. It's in there. Yeah, we missed that point. These cats got nappy hair. Remember, don't look at those Egyptians that's over there now. Let's go back to the real Egyptians. These cats was dark as you, and they had nappy hair too. And a lot of these Hamites were dirty, right? They didn't take care of themselves. The funny thing is that Egypt, these Egyptians prided on being a clean people and shaving off all of their hair. But the Most High still infested them, right? You got hair somewhere, right? I'm sure all of them weren't bald. So they had lice on them. Go ahead, read on.
Verse 17.
Uh-huh.
And they did so, for Aaron stretched out his hand with his rod, and smote the dust of the earth.
Right.
And it became lice in men and in beasts. All the dust of the land became lice throughout all the land of Egypt.
I do gotta say this. I never got lice. I've never had lice. As a light-skinned Reubenite with not Judah hair, right? I never had lice either. On this lice thing. I was just thinking about it. I was like, I don't remember. I don't know. Maybe I could have had it as a kid. I don't remember.
I mean, that's usually when you get it because kids are more
Dirty.
closer in contact. Like as an adult, you're not like really rubbing head.
I gotta go check my history on the lice. All right, where are we at?
Verse 18.
Go ahead.
And the magicians did so with their enchantments to bring forth lights. But they could not. So there was lice upon man and upon beasts.
Yeah, check that out. On beasts. So your animals got it. That's your food. How many of those animals you got to kill? Right? How many, or do you got herbs to take that away? Right? Some of them are probably going to die. That's your food. So you got all these dynamics happening. Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm sure they probably did. They probably shaved them off. That's what they would think about that, though. You got a whole nation that got to shave themselves. Everybody got to start cutting their hair and cleaning themselves and trying to get herbs. This is confusion. You literally just had bloody water, right, by the way of frogs, right? Now you got lice, right? So all these things is going on one right after another. You don't got time to bounce back, right? And that's almost how I feel with COVID, right? It's like one COVID leave, and then another COVID, and then the respiratory, and then this person's getting sick, and this is why we keep saying about making sure our kids is clean, right? What you're eating, taking care of yourself. We know that there's going to be a wave of these things because the pestilence is going forth. But we got to take care of ourselves so you're not breathing out of a tube. Your kids are not breathing out of a tube. So it has to do with cleanliness. And you ain't living like Africans. African booty scratchers.
Right.
Just kidding. Just kidding. But no, seriously. Go ahead.
Verse 19.
Then
the magician said unto Pharaoh, this is the finger of the Most High.
This is what?
The finger of the Most High.
Yeah, that's what we got to say. All these things that's happening to this nation is the finger of the Most High. Go ahead.
And Pharaoh's heart was hardened, and he hearkened not unto them,
right?
As the Most High had said.
Right. Once again, double-minded, faithless, unbelieving, not convinced. I just don't see it. I just don't see it. I don't know. I think these are some coincidence. Oh, sure we got lice. We just had all these frogs. Sure we have frogs. We just had bloody water.
It's science.
It's science, right? The magicians is over there trying to tell them how the stars align. Cut the liver. Let's cut the liver open. Right? They're trying to look to their stargazers and witches and figure it out. And somebody is telling these idiots telling this guy, look, nah, it could have been a coincidence. So his mind is jumping back and forth, right? His mind is jumping back and forth. He says he has the wise in their own craftiness, right? So they think they're smart and they're destroying themselves. And that's what we got to remember with us, right? You can't let the unbelievers be your guidance. Right. I can't go to mom and dad if they don't believe.
God.
I can't go to my ex-buddy if they don't believe. They're going to have me double-minded.
God.
Right?
God.
I can't have a double-minded leader in front of me. That's what we always talk about as leaders. You can't be double-minded stepping up because you have to be the courage for the nation.
God.
Right? All right. What verse you at?
Verse 20.
Uh-huh.
And the Most High said unto Moses, rise up early in the morning and stand.
Go ahead.
And stand before Pharaoh. Lo, he cometh forth to the water, and saith unto him, thus saith the Most High, let my people go,
right,
that they may serve me.
Right.
Else, if thou wilt not let my people go, behold, I will send swarms of flies upon thee, and upon thy servants.
Right, and all these curses are coming on Egypt for your sake. Have we thought about that? Huh? A lot of our people don't. It goes back to what we went over in the beginning. The Most High is doing this for you, Israel. He's doing it for us to get us out of here.
God.
Right? Remember, we can't listen to the faithless. Stay strong. Stay the course. Do what the Most High ordained us to do. We can't. I don't listen to no faithless people, y'all. Any doubt, any second questioning, and I know you're faithless, I'm nodding at you, but I'm not listening. Because why? You're not going to be consistent. You're not going to be sure. You're not going to be confident, and you're not consistently trusting in the Most High's method. You see that? Moses couldn't doubt. He could not have doubted. Right? We see what Pharaoh's doing. They're the heathens. He don't believe in the one true power, does he? Okay, go ahead. Go
Verse
ahead.
21.
Uh-huh.
Else, if thou wilt not let my people go, behold, I will send swarms of flies upon thee,
right,
and upon thy servants, and upon thy people, and into thy houses, and the houses of the Egyptians shall be full of swarms of flies.
Right, so this is the fourth. The flies are the fourth plague, right? Huh? Fourth plague. So when I ask y'all, you can't say, I don't know. What's the first plague? The blood, right? What's the second plague? Frogs. Third plague? Fourth plague. There you go. Go ahead, read.
And also the ground whereon they are. Verse 22.
Uh-huh.
And I will sever in that day the land of Goshen.
Go ahead.
In which my people dwell.
Right. So all this is happening in Egypt, and the Most High is doing what? Protecting us. Look at the dynamic what the Most High is going to do now. We're not in our own land. We're scattered amongst Egypt. Think about how glorious it's going to be. Wouldn't you think that there cannot be any coincidences based on we're in the middle of Babylon? We're in the middle of Egypt. Do you not see that when this fire, famine, earthquake, shooting, killing, right next door to you, that the Most High is with you? A lot of our people they sleep on that. Like somebody get murdered next to you in the apartment over, and you're like, yeah, that's all it is. Well, the Most High is on your side. They could have got the wrong house easily. Right? A stray bullet could have went through your house. We take these moments for granted, y'all. And you start thinking like the nation. Oh, that was a coincidence. Oh, no. Yeah, bro, you better know the Most High is on your side and why. Right? There ain't no coincidences.
Right.
The Most High, when he sends that sword out, it's meant for who it's meant. So you can't take it for granted knowing that it's not meant for you because you've trusted in the Most High. You're protected of the Most High. Like we went over yesterday, the brother asked, Psalms 91. Right? There are angels all around us. Right? All right, go ahead.
In which my people dwell, that no swarms of flies shall be there, to the end thou mayest know that I am the Most High in the midst of the earth.
All right, that's 22.
Yes, sir.
All right, he's going to finish up to 32. We're going to read Ecclesiasticus 17, and then that's going to conclude it. I know I still got Ecclesiasticus 17, but class is going to end after that. So if y'all got questions after that, prepare them now, and we'll touch on the questions, all right, after the reading. Go ahead.
Exodus chapter 8 and verse 23. And I will put a division between my people and thy people. Tomorrow shall this sign be. And the Lord did so. And there came a grievous swarm of flies into the house of Pharaoh, and into his servants' houses, and into all the land of Egypt. The land was corrupted by reason of the swarm of flies. And Pharaoh called for Moses and for Aaron, and said, Go ye, sacrifice to your power in the land. And Moses said, It is not meet so to do, for we shall sacrifice the abomination of the Egyptians to the Lord our power. Lo, shall we sacrifice the abomination of the Egyptians before their eyes? And will they not stone us? We will go 3 days' journey into the wilderness, and to sacrifice to the Lord our power, as he commanded us. And Pharaoh said, I will let you go, that you may sacrifice to the Lord your power in the wilderness. Only ye shall not go very far away. Entreat from him.
He still wants us, and that's what they think. They think they're going to keep us. America thinks it's going to thrive to the end. You know, and they will not let go of this lifestyle. They think it's always going to be pornography, homosexuality. They think this. They think it's going to be this type of, it's like, sit down and imagine you without TV and phones. Now, you never really thought about that we're not, in the kingdom, we're not going to have TV. No Netflix. Right. There you go. This is a start. Right? Think about that. You're going to have something totally different to entertain you. But even in itself, the only reason why I throw it in your mind is because a lot of times you don't even imagine it. You're like, I didn't even think about that. Like, no Netflix, what am I going to do? What?
That's a good question to ask. I'm going to keep that question in mind.
Yeah. What am I going to do when I don't got no Netflix? Wait, basketball? There ain't going to be no football games? Well, people act like, well, what are we going to do then? Like, what do you mean, what are we going to do? Not run around with a plastic ball and throw it in the hoop? Right? We're going to be doing other things that gods do. Right? The things that you wanted to really do, that your mind can't even imagine. Right? But you've been marginalized in this mentality. Right? The Most High's got greater things for us. So, but I like always saying that because a lot of our people can't even imagine. They can't even think of it. You literally, first thing comes to your mind is the kingdom is going to be boring. Don't it? Every time when you say Netflix, you be like, no Netflix, no basketball, no TikTok. It's going to be bored. Like, it's going to be lame. Kingdom is going to be lame. Like, bruh, shut up. Shut up. Like, your puny brain can't understand the things that the Most High got prepared for us.
Right.
See? And these nations, they don't want you to aspire to believe. They want you to keep you in the same mode. And that's why they'll never let you go. Right? They got to see this alien. Oh, you're trying to tell me aliens are coming back and they're going to save you. I got to see that. So, let me get this. A black man with angels is going to come back and destroy us.
And they're black.
And they're black. They're dark skinned, right? They're going to come back and destroy everybody. All the wicked. Well, when those UFOs that you shoot at, you can't touch them. Why does it seem so far when you know that these entities are real? See, and that's why they tell you what? Oh, that could be a bag flying around. Oh, that was a scratch on his Navy, right? Right? But what about the one that was literally flying and you were shooting at? You ain't going to tell everybody about that? No, because they don't want you to believe.
Right.
They want you to think those are green Martians.
Right.
And you know what? If they do come back, they're going to pew-pew you. And me. Pew! Make your head small. Right? They're not going to tell us that those are your salvation.
Right.
That's why they got to get you to believe they're aliens. So they will not let us go. That is the point. It's the same mentality as Egypt. Go ahead, read. Oh, yeah, go ahead, read on. Mm-hmm.
Verse 29. And Moses, behold. And Moses said, behold, I go out from thee, and I will entreat the Lord that the swarms of flies may depart from Pharaoh, from his servants, and from his people, tomorrow. But let not Pharaoh deal deceitfully anymore, in not letting the people go to sacrifice to the Lord. And Moses went out from Pharaoh, and entreated the Lord. And the Lord did according to the word of Moses. And he removed the swarm of flies from Pharaoh, from his servants, and from his people. There remained not one.
That's Israel seeing it. That's Moses, Aaron. Like every time you go back to the Most High, I'm going to move it. Every time to show you I'm in control. Yahweh is in control. Y'all get this, right? Go ahead.
Verse 32. And Pharaoh hardened his heart at this time also. Neither would he let the people go.
Okay, all right. So that's the end on that. I mean, any questions on that? We all get that, right? I think I edified and expounded enough, right? So we're Ecclesiasticus, the 17th chapter. Let's go through this. And now we don't got to rush through. You know what I mean? We did the street speaking.
Right.
I'm happy. We knocked that out early. Now we don't got to rush through this chapter to try to get out of here. Go ahead.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 17 verse 1.
The
Lord created man of the earth and turned him into it again.
Right. So remember, these are wise men speaking, reiterating also what they learned from their forefathers. Right? We know that this is where the Most High created us, from this low estate. And you go back to what? You go back to that same estate. Right? You come of the elements, and guess what? You go right back to the dirt again. Right? That comes on all man. Go ahead.
Verse 2.
He
gave them few days.
Right. Now, I quoted it earlier, but let's go there to add to this point. The few days is what? He said, hold on. Let's get that in Psalms. You got it? Oh, best. What? Oh, yeah, I'm looking for the one, the age. He said, let's get that one. Okay, I'm going to get this one, and then we're going to jump to the other one. We'll look for that one. Go to Psalms 39 and 5.
Psalms chapter 39, verse 5.
Psalms 39 and 5. The brother got it? Psalms 39 and 5. Go ahead.
Psalms chapter 39, verse 5. Behold, thou hast made my days as an handbreadth, and my age is as nothing before thee.
See, that age, we were going to live 1,000 years. That's one day in the sight of the Lord. But the Most High have shortened those days, right? He shortened that time. Go ahead.
Verily, every man at his best state is altogether vanity.
Check that out. Every man at his best state. Think about that. At his best state is all what?
Vanity.
You think you're in your prime. Right? They say 30 is our prime. Huh? They're like 30 is your prime. I'm like, really? Well, but think about it. You live to what, 70? Maybe 80? If the Lord is gracious, you'll live to 100. What is your grandma?
96.
She's 96. But she's already fighting the cats. Like, what they had to, she's 96. You know what I mean? They brought her to the hospital. She came up with this whole thing that the hospital was a crazy home and that they were leaving her there. Right? That's 96, bro. She's literally gone. Right? They were living to 137. Like the last check. Go to the ancient men, it was almost 1,000. Now, that brother that died and just got shot in the store, he was 24. See, even at our best, they're who ran about LeBron James being 38 still playing. Right? You got to think about it. We've been stripped. Right? You got my scripture? Psalms 90 and what?
And 10.
Go ahead and read that.
Psalm chapter 90 and verse 10.
Go ahead.
The days of our years are three score years and 10.
Right, so a score is 20. 3 score would be 60 and 10. So 70. So if we're reading in Psalms 90, the best, think about it. What is the best of that? Around 30. You're in your prime. And then you start what? That's when the weights start tacking on, right? The Most High, He stripped us because of sin and wickedness. Right? Brothers start touching their stomach. Like, I've been working on it, Doc. Right? No, I'm just saying as men, as women, the Most High stripped us because sin, once again, imagine Lil Wayne living 1,000 years. How many generations will you pervert? Huh? Yeah. What?
I said he will find some way to put tattoo on top of tattoo.
Yeah. 1,000 years. You see why the Most High had to strip us? Yeah. Go ahead.
And if by reason of strength they be 80 years, yet is their strength labor and sorrow.
See? And if you go to 80, you go to 90 is what?
Labor and sorrow.
Bruh. Remember, her grandma, what? Is already losing it at 90-something. So you got to see that we've been stripped because of negative and sin. So watch. Go back. Ecclesiastes 17. 2. Uh-huh.
He gave them a few days.
Uh-huh.
And a short time.
Right.
And power also over the things therein.
Right. See, He gave us a few days, but He also gave us power over these things. That the Most High, remember, we read this like last week. He gave us power over our decisions, our choices. So don't get, the Lord controls everything, but He gave you a choice to make the right decisions. Now, I always say this. Does the Lord step in for you? If you're a wild son and you moving wrong and He wants you, He might not let your arm get chopped up or you get in a car accident and get mangled half of a body. He might say, okay, let me get him out of this. Let me send my angels to protect him. What father wouldn't? So the Most High intervenes, but he still gives you choice to make decisions on yourself. That way you can't say, you know what? I shot everybody up. The Lord made me do it. No, demons made you do it.
Right.
You were listening to negativity, and that made you do it. Right? So, read on.
Verse 3.
Uh-huh.
He endued them with strength by themselves.
Go ahead.
And made them according to his image.
Remember when it said in Genesis, he breathed into us the breath of life? Well, we know the breath is the wisdom. So what makes us in the image of the Father? This word, the Holy Spirit entering into us. What else did he say if we don't have the word? We're what? Beasts. Right? Get that real quick. It's in Psalms as well. See, Psalms 8, let's get here. Uh, 73:22.
Psalms chapter 73, verse 22.
Go ahead.
So foolish was I.
Right.
Ignorant.
Read.
I was as a beast before you.
When you're foolish and ignorant, what do? We live like animals. Right? You eat anything, you consume anything, you have sex with anything. You live like a beast. Right? So, the Most High endued us, he gave us strength, and made us in his image. Go ahead, read on.
Nevertheless,
No, you're done with that. Go, jump back.
Verse 4. And put the fear of man upon all flesh.
Right, so, and this goes into a little bit of Genesis, right? It's showing us that what happened. He gave us the power, wisdom to govern, to rule. So, the Most High had to make us a big enough stature to rule over the dinosaurs. Right? You see that new movie, Jurassic Park, and you look at how those Tyrannosaurus Rex and if the Most High made us 5'5", those animals would squash us like bugs. So we had to be of stature. Like now, you get close to a lion, you buckle down. Right? Only the dummies put their hand in the cage and try to feed them. Because that lion do what? Try to pull them in with him, right? Everybody else sensible, they're like, man. Because the Most High stripped you of that power because we disobeyed. Sin brought fear, brought negativity, right? It broke us down. Right? So this is what the Most High is showing us. At one time, we had power over all these things. We weren't scared of no Rottweiler. Huh? You scared of bugs? Right? You know what I mean? Baby, look, you taking pictures and sending me like, could you come get this? Really? It's a bug, bro. Right? Now, then me, I had to prove myself like you must be scared of them too. I'm like, no, this is just ridiculous. So I had to stop avoiding the bugs and start killing them to prove myself. Like, you're scared of them too. I'm like, bro, it's a bug. The Most High broke us down, right? We're like scared of damn bugs now, right? When you're a baby, you walk over to the bugs, pick them up, do all that, and then you learn that fear from everybody else around you. You see that? We had dominion and power, and the Most High took that from us. Go ahead.
And gave him dominion over beasts and fowl.
Go ahead.
Verse 5. They received the use of the 5 operations.
Okay. So, this is the Most High showing us, man. You weren't created to be an idiot. You have control. You see why judgment is going to fall on us? Now, this goes with that. What is it? 14? Where is it? Where is it? Where's the chapter we read? Where he said it, he said, man, we read the chapter. he said you can't, it goes with James, you're drawn away by your own lust. We read it, y'all. Oh, 15. Right? 15, read Ecclesiasticus 15 and 16.
Ecclesiastes chapter 15 and verse 16.
Go ahead.
He hath set fire and water before thee.
Go ahead.
Stretch forth thy hand unto whether thou wilt.
See, the operations, the 5 operations, were supposed to be practiced with wisdom. Right? And you would make the right decision based on the wisdom. But the Most High is giving you the 5 operations. Right? Touch, smell, hearing, and how to properly use them.
Con.
You understand that?
Con.
See, the Most High didn't make us dumb. He gave us the knowledge of the Most High. And what to touch and what not to touch. Right? Go ahead.
Before man is life and death.
Go ahead.
And whether him like it shall be given him.
Okay, so let's jump back. Because we get that. What you like. So don't come with this, you know what, it's just overpowering me. No, it's what you like.
Con.
So you got to control the operations. We have to control the operations of the body, the mind, the spirit. Right. Nobody got control over that. Once again, you can't blame it on Satan. You can't blame it on the white man. Con. It's you.
Right, right.
Go ahead.
Con.
All right, back to Ecclesiastes 17. Go ahead.
They received the use of the 5 operations.
Go ahead.
Of the Lord.
Read.
And in the 6th place, He imparted them understanding.
He imparted us what?
Understanding.
See? At one time you understood why it wasn't right to eat pork. You were given the wisdom. You were given the knowledge. Right? Okay, Adam, he knew that. He knew the clean and the unclean. Right? And then if you didn't know and you slipped, he came back through Moses and said, okay, write it down for these children. We're going to write it down for y'all. This is, we're going to write it down. This is what not to eat, this is what to eat. Simple. He made the rules. But wicked children came up and said, oh, the only reason why we didn't eat that is because we don't have refrigerators back then. Right. He created pork, shrimp, crab, lobsters, oysters, all these things for a reason. It wasn't because we didn't have refrigerators back then. It ain't got nothing to do with that. You weren't the wisest man in the world. The Most High made all these things, and he made them for a reason, a purpose. Y'all get this? So when a white man come up and try to act like they're smart, bro, y'all got to read a little bit of history. The Aztecs and the Mayans, the calendar was tuned in with the elements. Way before the Greeks and the Romans got there. Now imagine what Adam had. Like, remember, the Aztec and Mayans, they were wicked. We went off. But they still had a calendar that was literally tuned in with the sun, the moon, the stars, the planets. How the hell did these cats deal with rocks and knew what the planets were? See? So stop believing everything the white man tells you like it's only him. He knows about matter, dark matter, about this planet, that planet. We've been knew these things. Those were what? Children knew these things. Y'all get this? All right, go back.
And in the 6th place, he imparted them understanding.
Right?
And in the 7th, speech.
Know how to what?
Speech.
We knew how to talk. We knew how to communicate. Go ahead. Well, if you were paying attention, what are you seeing here? We weren't monkeys. And then you were in a little tadpole. And then you went from a tadpole to a snail. I'm making it up as I go with this. Right? Because I don't know what they say, but I know what they say. They telling us we was a tadpole, you went to a snail, then you went to be a turtle, and then you turned. Then you went from that to be a monkey. No, you a monkey, all right, but that's not a monkey. This is what they told us. The word is telling us, listen, I imparted all of this. So we weren't talking about, right? You're doing that now, and you know how to talk. So y'all getting this? That during when we were created, the Most High gave us wisdom. Don't let them tell you, man, that we were monkeys.
Right.
That's derogatory. They're trying to call you something. No, you were the monkeys. Right? And even them. All right, we say they were monkeys. They weren't monkeys. They just lived in the caves and they acted like lower beasts. Right? So they weren't monkeys either. Man was created with wisdom, and then man left wisdom. Right? Go ahead, read on.
And in the seventh speech,
an
interpreter of the cogitations.
Listen, an interpreter of a cogitation. Meaning what? The Most High gave us wisdom to break down the mind and thinking. It wasn't to Socrates and Plato and Aristotle. These cats, whether they were Israel or not, we talk about that, but a lot of these homosexuals is what? Now they're the wise guy. He can only tell you how to think. It wasn't them. This can tell you your cogitation. Right? And cogitation, look it up.
Cognitation. From Webster's 1828.
Yeah.
The act of thinking.
See? The scriptures teach us how to think. Go ahead.
Thought, meditation, contemplation.
You see that? The problem is, man, and this is what I keep telling my kids. You feed your mind with things that dub you down. So we what? We barely learning at a young age about life, about how to live, about finances. But what are the other nations doing with their children? They're playing piano at a young age. They're learning algebra by 7. They're learning physics at a young age. And what are you learning about? Whoop that trick. Whoop that trick. Right? Or what's some modern music, right? You learning how to kill one another.
TikTok challenges.
Right? I know. It looks bad, but that's exactly what I just did. How they look retarded. I look retarded is how they look retarded, right? That's all they show us. And you learn that, right? Now you're 30 and you all of a sudden have a child and you're a child now raising a child. But not only you're a child raising a child, now you were never raised. But not only do you not know how to raise your children, you think you know how to raise your children. Oh, bruh. Have you ever seen it?
Yeah.
Have you seen this? Like a cocky woman or man that don't know how to raise their kid, but because they're older, they figure they know how to raise them. I know what I do with my kids. No, you don't. You literally, don't know how to take care of yourself. We were stripped because we weren't taught these things at a young age. So let's teach our children at a young age how not to be retards. And I mean that in a real sense of learning the things of the world, the foolishness and folly of the world. Right? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Verse 6. Counsel.
Counsel.
And a tongue.
So we learn in the scriptures. We can learn about counsel. What's up, Bob?
I was about to get him water, but we don't have any, so I was going to ask, do you want me to go get you some?
Yeah. Counsel, go ahead.
And a tongue.
And your tongue, how to use it. Right? Read.
And eyes.
Right? How to control your eyes. Remember, these are all the things in 1 John we read the other day. Love not for the world, because all the things in the world, the lust of the flesh, the lust of the lust of the eyes, the pride of life. Right? All these things the wicked control and make you tap into it wickedly. Well, the Father is telling us what? Take command over those things now and learn about your mind, your eyes, your body. And isn't that what you learn as a baby? Oh, these are my hands. I just realized I got hands. And you don't realize that, dang, all the things as a child I used wrong. And that's why when you grow up, 30 years old now, you realize that, damn, you're still a child.
Wow.
Crazy, huh?
Wow.
You're like, damn, you're still dealing like a teenager. That's why a lot of men still try to live in their teenage mind at 30 years old. Because they've never been taught how to grow up. So you're still a kid at an old age. And because we're being ruled by children. Y'all see that? So the Most High is telling us how to rule these things and to know ourselves in our mind. Go ahead.
Eyes, it says, counsel and a tongue.
Right.
And eyes.
Read.
Ears.
Read.
And a heart.
Right. And a mind, a heart, right? Well, when it says heart, it's not talking about the meat in your chest.
Right.
It's talking about your mind. That just pumps blood, right? Go ahead.
Gave he them to understand.
See, he gave you the wisdom to understand. So no, they weren't walking around. I don't understand. They were given the wisdom to understand. The only time we were is in 2023 when you listen to drill music.
God.
That's the only time you're a monkey. Right? And I don't mean that in a derogatory sense. I mean that in the sense of all tribes.
Yeah.
The only time we're acting like that is when we step outside of the wisdom of the Most High. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 7.
Withal. Right?
He filled them with the knowledge of understanding.
You see that? We weren't a stupid people. We was a wise, understanding people. This is what the Most High does, bringing us back to the wisdom of the Most High. It says, wisdom ordereth all things. Wisdom directeth. Wisdom buildeth her house. Those are all the Most High showing us. This is what the word does. So you got mental problems, speech problems, conjugation problems, right? How do we get it right? Right here. But we got to learn those subjects and start going through them. Oh, this is like, it's like Shariah is telling me, what's the psychology you want to go into? Cognitive behavior, right? She said she want to go into that because that's what the truth is. It's basically the same thing. But they what? They make you go to school. The cognitive behavior literally is your cogitation is right here. How to walk, talk, dress, act, feel is right here in this book. Y'all understand? But now you're taught this is what? No. This is, you only pull this out when you want to dance around, sing, and praise the Lord. Not knowing that all of these things are in here, and that's how we praise the Lord. Go ahead.
Withal, he filled them with the knowledge of understanding.
Right.
And showed them good and evil.
Right. And showed them what?
Good and evil.
And showed them good and evil. So, there you go. Go jump back to verse chapter 15. Right? 15 and 17.
Before man is life and death.
Go ahead.
And whether him liketh shall be given him.
Read.
For the wisdom of the Most High is great.
Right.
And he is mighty in power.
Right.
And beholdeth all things. And his eyes are upon them that fear him.
Right. Jump to verse 15 again.
Verse 15. If thou wilt to keep the commandments and to perform acceptable faithfulness.
See? You see that? Meaning what? The power's in your hand. It's in your hand. So, what's the point I'm trying to... There's a lot in here. A lot to unpack. But one of the main points I'm trying to show you, stop denying, having fear, and believe in yourself. The Most High is giving you the power through Yahweh Shai. Why can't you conquer the weakness? Because you don't want to.
Right.
You want to have self-pity.
Right.
And you keep making provisions to the flesh. Otherwise, the Most High gave you the power to conquer anything. That's what he's telling us here. Right? You got to believe and use the wisdom that the Father given you. Go ahead.
He have set fire and water before thee.
All right, jump back.
Verse 8. He set his eye upon their hearts, that he might show them the greatness of his works.
Right.
He gave them to glory in his marvelous acts forever, that they might declare his works with understanding.
Go ahead.
And the elect shall praise his holy name.
See? You see that? The elect, we're going to give praise to the Father. But the fool have said what? The fool have said what, Aaron?
Who has said in his heart that there
There's
is
no God, right? Psalms 15, right? 15 and 1. See, they're not going to give praise to the Most High. But we're going to come back and be like, all praise to Yahweh. All praise to the Most High. Go ahead.
Verse 11.
Uh-huh.
Beside this, he gave them knowledge.
He gave them what?
Knowledge.
So what we're finding about Adam is he wasn't a dummy.
Right.
Right? He gave him knowledge. Right? They weren't walking around butt naked. That was symbolic. And we'll go over that in Genesis. But that was symbolic. Anybody with knowledge knows not to walk around butt naked. Right? Go ahead.
And the law of life for inheritance.
And they knew the law. That's why he knew. Noah knew what? Get too clean and get too unclean. That's why Adam, Cain, and Abel knew what sacrifice to give.
Right.
It wasn't written law. It was verbal law. They knew that. Y'all get this? Go ahead.
He made an everlasting covenant with them.
Right.
And showed them his judgment.
Right.
Their eyes saw the majesty of his glory.
Read.
And their ears heard his glorious voice.
Right. And you see that as you read down, Moses, what? It said he talked with the Most High. We know it's an angel, right? Because the scriptures tell us what? No man hath seen God at any time, nor heard his voice. So what is he saying here? That the Most High's majesty we see. Go ahead. I know. What verse? What verse are you at? 13. Their eyes saw the majesty of his glory, and their ears heard his glorious voice. And he said unto them, beware of all unrighteousness. Right? And he gave every man commandment concerning his neighbor. You see that? So the Most High told us what to touch and what not to touch, right? Their ways are ever before him, and shall not be hid from his eyes. Every man from his youth is given to evil. Neither could they make to themselves fleshly hearts for stoning. What is it telling about us? It's telling us what we end up giving our mind and our spirit to. Israel became rebellious. The righteous became stubborn. And now our minds were unwilling and unyielding to the commandments of the Most High. So therefore we got stale. You like that snail, right? That snail that gets salt on it, you just shrivel up, right? For in the division of the nations of the whole earth, he set a ruler over every people. But Israel is the Lord's portion. And we know that in Deuteronomy 32, right? Go there real quick for the brother Alex. Go to Deuteronomy 32, just a precept to add with that point.
Verse 9.
Read that.
Deuteronomy chapter 32, verse 9. For the Lord's portion is his people.
No, read up.
Verse 7.
Read 7.
Verse 7. Remember the days of old. Consider years of many generations. Ask thy father, and he will show thee. Thy elders, and they will teach thee.
You see how our elders, the word, is teaching us. Read.
When the Most High divided to the nation their inheritance.
When he gathered them together.
When he divided the nation.
I was going to wait. I was going to wait the whole time. He divided the nations, right? He didn't gather us together. He divided us. You know how, well, we all bleed the same blood. We do. But, genetically we do. But the Most High still divided us up. Read.
To the nation their inheritance.
Right.
When he separated the sons of Adam.
Read.
He set the bounds of the people according to the number of the children of Israel.
Go ahead.
For the Lord's portion is his people.
Go ahead.
Jacob is the lot of his inheritance.
You see that? He divided everybody up and he said, my portion is Israel. So that's what he's reiterating here, right? For in the division of the nations of the whole earth, he set a ruler over every people, but Israel is the Lord's portion. Whom being his firstborn, he nourishes with discipline. What happens when your son's out of order? Huh? You're gonna get the more discipline. Well, why I'm getting it more? Because you the oldest.
Right.
You got to get this. You should know better.
Con.
Right?
Con.
You nourish it with discipline. It says, and giving him the light of his love. See, that butt whooping is what? Attention. It's love, dedication, right? And that's what the Most High did with us. He wasn't just going to let us run and be anything. He had to correct us, right? Love doeth not forsake him. See, the world is backwards. You ignore people you don't give a dang about.
Yep.
The Father, the ones you care about, you give him more attention and time. So those 3-hour talks, right? Those corrections, all those prophets that came to us, that's love.
Con.
You know who he did love? He didn't show love for when he let these nations do whatever the heck they want to do. Yeah. Because he was showing that, look, I chose Israel. You were supposed to be my firstborn. You were supposed to go get the nations right. Right? Therefore, all their works are as the sun before him. Wait a minute. So I'm not hiding anything? Huh? When you creep in the closet? You turn off the lights? Throw the cover over your head? Most High sees that.
Con.
All you got to do is imagine what? Yahweh looking at me right now. What am I doing if this is against the law? Right? And his eyes are continually upon their ways. None of their unrighteous deeds are hid from him, but all their sins are before the Lord, But the Lord being gracious, giving us what? Grace. Giving us mercy, and knowing his workmanship, neither left nor forsook them, but spared them. And that's what the Most High, we talked about yesterday, right? The Most High spared us, right? He gave us a chance to show that we're different. Oh, you say you're different? Okay, you're going to show me you're different then. Let me see some works, right? That's why he says here, the alms of a man is a signet with him. What's the definition of alms? I want you to look up in the 1828. What's the definition of alms? See, so how did we show forth our heart? By our alms. Right? Everybody talks. I want to see where's your alms at. Right? Now, everybody think of alms is just money. Right? What do we got for alms?
Alms. Anything given gratuitously.
Gratuitously.
Yeah.
Right?
To relieve the poor.
Right. You see that? It's not just money.
Anything.
It's anything.
Right.
So you're thinking, man, well, I don't got no money. Bro, you got your actions. You got your deeds. You got whatsoever you do it heartily to the Lord.
God.
Right? Okay, you're broke, but why you gotta act like that? Where's your spirit? Where's the love? It's like we were talking about the pancake earlier. Like, you can make pancakes with love, with dedication. So it's crazy how brothers and sisters be like, well, I don't got nothing to give. But when it's time to give sincerity, love, and dedication, you still give that crappy. And that's free. An attitude is free. Right? You don't got to pay to have a good attitude. Well, for some people. Right? But you see how our people, we're backwards?
Yeah.
Y'all get this? And that's what the Most High is looking at. He's looking at, where's your alms deeds? I'm looking at your spirit. Okay, you say you don't have, but what you do have, you giving that with a bad attitude, a bad spirit.
Right.
You giving that half-assed. You know what I mean? You don't want to put true dedication, right? You want to get. Let me just get it over with. Like I got more important things to do. Literally, what you're doing for the Most High is the most important. How you treat the work of the Father, that is the most important. And that's why he segued into this point. Like, look, your heart is shown by your deeds. Your actions is shown by your deeds. So, what do we tell brothers? When you come to do the work of the Lord, do it like you're doing it for Yahweh. Is that not what it says? Okay, let's go there for Alex. I know y'all been beat in the head with these scriptures, but we got to give our brother some ammo. Colossians 3:23. Let's go there. And then it's actually, there's another one in Colossians when you read up. It's Colossians. So we'll start from 3:23 and then we'll jump up. Go ahead. I think it is 17. Go ahead.
Colossians chapter 3 verse 17.
Go ahead.
And whatsoever ye do, in word or deed,
right?
Do all in the name of the Lord.
See that? You see, this is a big problem with Israel, man. Our people. Your alms. Watch. The scriptures say the alms is a signet with him. Meaning, you want to know about this man's character. What are you going to be doing? And how are you doing it? Sisters, what are you doing and how you're doing it? If you're complaining about everything you're doing and you can't even give a good attitude, that shows something about your character. That shows you have a lack of love in what you're dealing with. So stop with all the, well, you're misinterpreting me. No, your attitude is showing. That's why you got to stop complaining, murmuring, and do it with love. Right? Read.
Giving thanks.
Giving what?
Giving thanks.
You're supposed to be doing it because this is a representation. It's a signet of you. And you're supposed to give thanks to who? Read.
To God and the Father.
Check that out. Hey, Tawadi Yahweh for letting me do this duty and be at service to my people.
Right.
That's where we should be at. It shouldn't be like, okay, I guess so. If you're gonna guilt trip me into it, see, oh, bruh, that's why we be like, no, never mind. Don't have her do it. Don't have her do it. She coming up with too many excuses, too many things that she got to get in the way. She don't want to do it. Move her to the side. And then when you elder sisters do it, you can't complain about somebody else not doing it. Pow. Pow. Pew pew. You can't complain about, well, I guess I got to do it because nobody else is going to. Just do it and shut up. Do it and shut up. Because what you're doing is messing up your gift. You're going to do it. Well, don't complain about somebody else not doing it. You know what? I got it. You know what I mean? This is what the Most High requires. Y'all get that? Go ahead, read on.
By him. Verse 23. And whatsoever ye do.
Read down. You missed.
Verse 18?
Yeah.
Verse 18.
Read.
Wives, submit yourselves unto your husbands.
Oh, it goes into that? All right, read the 19.
Verse 19. Husbands, love your wives.
Okay, we're going to read down. We're going to read it in this context. Go ahead, read 17.
Verse 17. And whatsoever ye do.
Right.
In word or deed.
Right.
Do all in the name of the Lord.
Okay, you read that. Read 18.
Verse 18. Wives, submit yourselves unto your own husbands.
So now if your alms is your signet, and he's telling you to do everything to the Father, right? He's coming back and saying, now, this is how you apply it in your house.
Right, okay.
Husbands, wives, right? This is what got to be nourished in your house. You as a husband can't complain as your duty as a husband. You as the wife can't complain your duty as the wife. Right? That's your duty. Read.
As it is fit in the Lord.
Right, as it is fit in the Lord. Remember, we're not talking about debauchery and foolishness and things you learned in the world. We're talking about the signet that you want to have for your name. right? Either you're a good wife or you're known as what? A rebellious wife. You're a good husband or you're known as a what? The guy that walks out and don't want to deal with his problems, right? Go ahead.
Husbands, love your wives, and be not bitter against them.
Right?
Children, obey your parents.
See, now it's showing everybody how to what? Continue in the works. Right, remember, we're talking about the name you create. You can be that wicked, rebellious wife, husband, son, daughter, on how you want to represent yourself. That's the signet you leave for yourself. Right? Go ahead.
In all things.
Read. In what?
In all things.
Some things.
All things.
But I got to clean the bathroom.
All things.
But I'm the wife and I got to breastfeed, plus I got to clean up.
All things.
Plus I got to cook.
All things.
Take care of the kids.
All things.
But I'm the husband. I got to go street speak, pass out flyers, and deal with your attitude.
All things.
What?
In all things.
We all got our duties. And we all got to stay humble to our job. You see that? In all things. This makes the signet of you. Right? It represents you. When the Lord, that light on you, shows what type of person you are. Read.
For this is well-pleasing unto the Lord.
Is what?
Well-pleasing unto the Lord.
Because it's showing us here. Alms is a signet in a man. The alms of a man is a signet with him. And he will keep the good deeds of men and women as the apple of the eye. You see that? What is the apple of the eye? Y'all don't understand. When you do works and don't want to do them, they're literally worth nothing but your time. Sorry. You understand that? Like you're wasting your time. Because they're not from the Spirit and they're not wholeheartedly. So look at that, a double Shazam. Like I'm doing all this work for no reason. I'm like, wow, you literally, never mind. You know how we get like that, like, bruh, if you make it like that, never mind, I don't want you to do it. What do you think the Father's doing? He's turning his back. He's like, oh, I'm going to let him waste his time. I'm going to let her waste her time. But above all, that represents you. That's your signet. Go ahead.
Fathers, provoke not your children to anger.
Right.
Lest they be discouraged.
Read.
Servants, obey in all things.
Right. So provoke them. Let me break that down. Read it again.
Fathers, provoke not your children to anger, lest they be discouraged.
The scriptures tell you about considering. Being not excessive towards any. Right? So us as fathers, we got to know the children, right, on how to condescend, right? So the kids won't get angry and they can't express themselves. You know what I mean? They can't talk to you and you can sit and what? Articulate yourself to each other. I mean, how else do you not get the kids angry? You got to be able to condescend, right? So you see, as a father, why all these attributes got to be in you? Because if you're ignoring problems, you're going to ignore your kids, your wife, your family, your household, and guess what? They're going to do the same thing to their kids. Right? Go ahead.
Servants, obey in all things your masters according to the flesh.
Right, and now he's addressing all the congregation, right? Go ahead.
Not with eye service.
Not with what?
Not with eye service.
Read.
As men pleasers.
See? It can't be towards men.
Right.
It's a signet for you. You're being seen. Your works are the apple of the Most High's eye. So when you do it because somebody's around, you're a good son in front of your parents. But when you go to school, you dancing like a monkey to drill music. It's like, wait a minute, I thought you was a Hebrew Israelite. Why are you moving like that?
Get sturdy.
Right? Why? Why are you moving like that? Why you acting one way in front of your father and your mother, but you now a demon outside? You're a righteous daughter in front of them, Shalom Yahweh, but you're a thought online. Oh, you know what? I can't wait to leave here. I'm done with this. Now you talking like you a ratchet yamp. Right? You're doing it with eye service. Right? Wives, same thing. You're doing it with you know what? Yeah, girl, I can't wait till I get back home. And you see them, they throw it online. I can't wait to do. I need it, right? I miss this. I miss being a thigh. Remember when I used to wear those booty shirts and get all of I miss this life, right? You're showing your works and why you're doing them. So what? That man ain't seeing it. The Lord is seeing you do these actions only the men please. Man, wife, husband, children, nation. You can't be fake, right? The Most High's watching. Go ahead.
But in singleness.
But in what?
But in singleness.
You're supposed to be doing whatever I do. Father don't need to be there. Mother don't need to be there. Brother don't need to be there. Husband don't need to be there. The Most High's watching me. He's looking down. That's how you got to imagine it. You just got to imagine that. Just imagine that in your head and you'll stop doing a lot of stuff. You'll be like, you stop doing a lot. Just imagine him looking down at you doing this. Yeah. Oh, man. Go ahead.
In singleness of heart.
In singleness of mind. Read.
Fearing the Most High.
What?
Fearing the Most High.
It's supposed to be about you fearing the Most High. This ain't about man. I'm not here for man. You can't save my soul. Right. We're brothers. We're unity. We're one nation. But I'm doing this for Yahweh. Now, does that mean I'm mean? I'm trying to be mean to you? No. It still means that conscious-wise, I got to always understand I'm doing it for Yahweh and what he requires. Right. You understand? All right, because you can't, you got people to mix with, I'm doing it for the Most High, but I'm an asshole to your nation. I'm a jerk to my brothers. I'm a bad husband. I'm a mean, you can't be mean. You still are what? Ordained to love one another, right? Okay, so don't mingle that. You got a lot of these, you got a lot of new brothers, like, they use that all willy-nilly. I'm doing it for Yahweh. I ain't doing it for man. So what does that mean, bro? What does that mean? That you're not going to do it with love? You're not going to do it with respect? You're not going to, it still says what? Honor the brothers, honor the elders, honor your mother, honor your father, right? So don't try to play that like that means that you're not going to still follow the spirit of love towards your nation, right? So y'all get that. Go ahead, read on.
And whatsoever you do.
Right? Now, you see how this sequence in conversation ended up there? We always go there. But you see how he was just hitting everybody? And whatsoever you do, what?
Do it heartily.
Do it what?
Heartily.
Read.
As to the Lord.
Read.
And not unto men.
See? So what you do in your school behind your father's back, the Most High is watching. What you talk about with your family members behind your husband back, the Father's looking. Brothers, what you do outside of brothers watching, the Most High sees that. Right. Like, y'all got to get this. Right. Like, what is, you got to be oblivious to this point. If you're still creeping. If you're still creeping, you're oblivious to this point that literally the Most High is the judge. So you got to wake up and be a grown-up and understand the Most High is watching me and what I'm doing. You got that in your mind, your integrity level goes up a notch. You start to watch it, okay, I can't, that's not the right way. The Father won't like that. Go ahead.
Knowing that of the Lord, ye shall receive the reward.
Who's going to be at the front of the line passing out the crown? General such and such? General Kazakia? Priest this, priest that? No, Yahweh Shai. You're pleasing him. Right? And yes, your husband's going to be in the line. Your wife is going to be in the line. You kids are going to be in the line waiting for the crown. Damn, like Yahweh, what is going to be the crown or the sword? You're looking ahead like it's the crown or the sword. It's like that movie you see heads just pop off. Next. Crown or the sword? Oh, the crown went on his head. The sword went across her head. Right? Well, that's what we're waiting for, to get in this waiting for the crown. Go ahead.
Of the inheritance.
Right?
For ye serve the Lord.
Who are you here to serve?
Serve the Lord.
Who are you here to serve?
The Lord.
You're here to serve the Most High. You're here to do the duty of the Most High. Go ahead.
Oh my
So
God.
what does that mean? Watch, check this out. Read.
But he that doeth wrong.
But what?
But he that.
But I saw this brother. Well then, first of all, say something. If you saw this brother or sister, you say something. First of all. Then you don't ride off of, well, they got away with this. What are you, 13? You're like 40-year-old people. Well, they got away with this. Well, then you say something, we correct that, and we move on.
God.
You do your duty to the Father. You understand?
God.
We know that there's still sick people among us. We're going to check that, correct that, get that, purge that, and keep moving on. Right? Give them a chance. It's a time to repent. Because we're not just lining everybody up when they mess up, right? Line them up. Get the stones, y'all. Pa, 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 pa. No, we probably what? Rebuttal or rebuke them, correct them, and get them to show forth their sickness, their alms, right? Their deeds. Right? So what are you getting caught up on? I just didn't like it. I think they got away with something. Bro, stay in your goddamn lane, baby. Stay in your lane. You want to always worry about somebody else's lane. And then you motivated by who you watching. Listen to what the word is saying. Stay in your lane. Show and prove you.
Yes.
I love all the other camps. I love all the other brothers. I love my nation. I'm staying in my lane, though. I'm not going to get it caught up in no drama, no foolery. Right? Hopefully. Right? And if I do get caught in, then I got to deal with my situation with that brother or sister, correct that, and move on. Y'all see that? Right, read.
But he that doeth wrong shall receive for the wrong which he hath done.
See? Nobody's going to get away. Mama, daddy, husband, wife, children, nobody. So if you're thinking like, well, they need to be, well, why you let them, you really don't get, it's like, hold on a second, relax. Everybody's going to be taken care of. The Most High got everybody unlocked. Right? He said, what? He said, and he will keep the good deeds of a man as the apple of the eye and give repentance to his sons and daughters. Right? Verse 23, I'm going to jump back. Afterwards, he will rise up and reward them. We just read that. And render their recompense upon their heads. You thought I was joking, right? It can either be a crown or a sword. Which one you want on your head? But unto them that repented. Well, we're reading about that prodigal son, right? Well, whether what he like, right? What did he give himself to? Did he repent or he played with the repentance and grace? He granted them return and comfort those that failed in patience. Right? He grants you the return. Come on, my child. What we didn't finish in the prodigal son is when he ran to the father accepted him with open arms, while his salty brother was like, well, what about me? What about me? Like, I've been here. He's like, he had to remind him, exactly. You've been here. You got a reward. Fall back. But that's what you got. You always got you worried about him. Well, why he get more attention? Like, so I got it. It's hood logic. Ghetto logic. Well, so I got to act up to get attention? No. The scriptures say the sick get more attention. Right? That's why when you go to that hospital, who's in there? You don't be like, well, why are you in here? I'm in here too. You're like, well, we're all sick. Right? The scriptures say the sick get attention. So that's what we're missing. That the Most High God, He's given repentance unto them. Return unto the Lord and forsake thy sins. This is what He keeps reminding us. You're not going to be able to say you didn't get a chance. All right? Whatever your vice is, our wickedness is, the thing that's holding us back, you are not going to say, yeah, they didn't tell me. And I didn't get a chance. All they did was stone me. They chopped off my head. They hung me. No. You're going to be told, didn't you know? Didn't you get repentance? Didn't you have grace? We all have grace now. That's why lightning, when they say, well, if lightning hit me, it's not going to hit you. Because the Most High is graceful. Right? And if you get blasphemous, he might wait a few days and actually hit you. Right? But otherwise, she's sitting back like, look, I'm going to let him talk. I know what's on his mind. Right? The scriptures say, but until the repent, he granted them return and comforted those that failed in patience. Return unto the Lord and forsake thy sins. Make thy prayer before his face. That could be another 3 hours. You got to pray. Prayer. Y'all got to understand, part of humility is facing the east, praying the Most High, asking him, talking to him, acknowledging him. When you don't pray, you're not acknowledging the Father. He told you how to do it. You're supposed to pray. Y'all get this? Pray before the four and do what? Offend less. You better start getting better. Stop playing games and keep giving in.
Right.
This ain't Christianity. Right. Eventually, the Most High is going to what? You know. I'm going to have to put you in a car accident because you playing. Oh, you know. I'm going to have to hit you. I won't hit him with the full bullet. He's going to get the end of a bullet. See, that's still open up your leg. That still open you up. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? You know what? She's out of order. You know what? I'm going to have this cat just punch her in the face. You know what I mean? Somebody out of nowhere is just going to send somebody and he's going to just punch you dead in the face. You be like, where'd that come from? Oh, you was out of order over here. You was disrespectful to your husband. You was disrespectful to the priest. And then somebody just walked over to you and punched you in your damn mouth. You get it now? Oh, you don't understand why you got punched in the face. Okay, all right, we'll try it again later. We'll try it again later then, right? Offend less. Turn again to the Most High and turn away from iniquity, for he will lead thee out of darkness. The word is supposed to lead us out of darkness. We can't say we're of the light and still doing wickedness.
Right.
We have to be getting better. We all have to understand this. You can't be in the truth 10 years and still are doing the same dirt you were doing when you came in. You're putting Christ to open shame. You're supposed to be changing, putting off the old man and perfecting. Our job is to do what? Give you mercy. Right? So if you're looking like, well, brothers ain't going to do nothing. We never were going to do anything. Now, if you're doing something offensive to the point to where you got to be cast out, even that, we'd be like, listen, you can't come around no more. But you can go live your life like these other cats do and keep doing wickedness. The Most High got you. Y'all got to understand that. You fear man. You don't understand the repercussions why the Most High is tallying these up. Right. He tallies them up. He's like, oh, I'm going to let you keep going. Bing, 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 bing. And then one day you just get hit. And you come with that old stupid ass mentality like, why? Well, I must just be catching it because you've been doing it so long and it's time for you. Give me that sentence. Ecclesiastes. Go to Ecclesiastes. Is it 4 or is it 7? Because sentence? Yeah. While they get that, verse 26 again. Turn again to the Most High and turn away from iniquity, and he will lead thee out of darkness into the light of health. And hate thou abomination vehemently. Right? You got to hate it. You got to hate the beast. Paul broke it down in the Spirit so beautifully. He said, oh, wretched man that I am. He acknowledged that he was wretched, poor, broke. Right? He acknowledged that. But read that. Ecclesiastes what?
Ecclesiastes chapter 8, verse 11.
We were all wrong, right? Ecclesiastes 8 and 11. Go ahead.
Because sentence against an evil word is not executed speedily.
Right.
Therefore, the heart of the sons of men is fully set in them to do evil.
And that's the big mistake. Where we think we escaped. Where we think, what? Nothing's going to happen. That's what the nations are doing. That's what Pharaoh did. Right? That's what Esau's doing. They think they're going to escape. I mean, he's literally telling you, he's setting you up. Not in a mean way, or let me reword that. You're setting yourself up. Right? Because he supplied the grace, and you misuse the grace. So you're setting yourself up. Right? What? Go ahead. Where you at?
Ecclesiasticus chapter 5, verse 2.
Go ahead.
Follow not thine own mind in thy strength. So walk in the ways of thy heart.
Right.
And say not, who shall control me for my words? For the Most High will surely revenge thy pride.
Right.
Say not, I have sinned, and what harm hath happened unto me? For the Most High is long-suffering. He will in no wise let thee go.
There you go. He will in no wise let thee go. That's Ecclesiasticus 5 and 2, right?
Verse 4.
Right. So y'all get that, right? That was 8 and 11? Right. Got you. All right. All right, let's jump back. Let's finish this up. All right. Who shall praise the Most High in the grave? I mean, you know the outcome, right? If that was, did that sound like a warning? It was. Well, that sounds like a threat. It is. It's a warning and a threat. He came back and said what? Who shall praise the Most High in the grave instead of them which live and give thanks? Like, don't you want to praise and live, give thanks? Thanksgiving perisheth from the dead and from one that is not. The living and sound in heart shall praise the Lord. How great is the loving kindness of the Lord, our power, and his compassion unto such as turn unto him in holiness. For all things cannot be in men, because the Son of Man is not immortal. What is brighter than the sun? Yet the light thereof falleth, and flesh and blood will imagine evil. And we went over that earlier, just showing that when we lock into wickedness, into the flesh, into the carnal, what we gonna be? We're gonna be evil. Our imagination, our thought, right? He vieweth the power of the height of heaven, and all men are but earth and ashes. All right. Any questions on that? It's a lot. It's a lot. All right, Alex, you got anything, brother? Okay. All right. So anything online? We'll wait for a second to see if anybody got anything online. And if not, we'll finish the prayers and get up out of here. All right? It was a good Shabbat, wasn't it? All the way to sundown. Pray, yeah. A lot of them rode with us. Yeah. All right. Anything online? We'll wait a few seconds. Reminder. Okay. Let me do this right now. Did y'all send y'all shaquall for the summit? You guys got to send the shaquall for the summit. Now. You got to send that. Because we got to get this van. We got to get the van, so we need the shaquall. So you guys got to send that now. And then the Airbnb is already gotten. But you still need to send him the money for that. Zion. Right? They already fronted the money. So send that to them out there. Zion out there. We need the van. So we got to get on that now. We're procrastinating. Because we got to get the van. What else? What else? Announcements. Passover. Listen. Garments. Got to get the garments in. I'm already telling y'all. Passover's coming up. Get your garment money in so we can go ahead and get that work done. All right. What else? What other announcements? Listen. Stay in the spirit. Stay strong. Make sure y'all are studying. You got to study. Make sure y'all pray. Ask yourself, when's the last time you opened the book and you read a chapter? When? When did you read a chapter? Huh? You gotta open up the book. Yes. Remember, audio Bible is for when you're traveling, you're in the shower, you're cleaning up. It ain't for you to live off that. You gotta open up the audio Bible. Open up the Bible and read. Whereby when you read, you may understand, right? Was that it? Nothing online? Okay, let's set up the prayers.
thought you was hitting the drums.
Barakatah Yahweh. Barakatah Yahweh. The word of Yahweh. For this Sabbath. This day. This rest. The word of Yahweh. For your wisdom. Your word. We ask of you. Continually. Put your spirit. Around us. In us. And remove. A double mind. Confused. Faithless. Mind. Away from me. Please. Continually. Put your word. In me. To research. To study. Your word. Your knowledge. To increase. In strength. Wisdom. Knowledge. Understanding. Faith. Patience. Kindness. Long suffering. Please. Remove confusion. And negative. Remove hurt. Harm. Danger. Death. Away from us. From around us. Raise up prophets. Raise up teachers. Raise up women. That have been in your name. Please, Yahweh. Reward them. That wait for you. Come quickly. And deliver your servants. Bahashem Yahushua. We beg of you. Barakatah Yahweh. Bahashem Yahushua. Hahawa'ah. Lathalanawa. Ha-tawara.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh. Bahashem Yahushua. Hahawa'ah. Lathalanawa. Award. La Ra'ah.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh. Bahashem Yahushua. Hahawa'ah. Lathalanawa. Ha'ayo. Korah. La Korah. Ha'ain.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh. Bahashem Yahushua. Hahawa'ah. Lathalanawa. Shaman. Zayah. Lamashah. Yasha'al.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
This is Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto Yahweh and to sing praises unto his name. O Most High, to show forth thy loving kindness in the morning and thy faithfulness every night upon an instrument of 10 strings, upon the psaltery, upon the harp with a solemn sound. For thou, Yahweh, has made me glad through thy work. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Yahweh, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not, neither doeth a fool understand this. When the wicked spring up his wrath, and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Yahweh, are most high, forevermore. For all thy enemies, O Yahweh, for all thy enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But our horn shall thou exalt. Like the horn of a unicorn. We shall be anointed with fresh oil. My palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like the cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like the cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh Shai shall flourish in the courts of the Most High. They shall bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat. And flourishing. To show that Yahweh is upright. He is my rock. And there is no unrighteousness in him. Bahashem Yahweh Shai. This is Psalms 133. We're going to read it in Hebrew and then read it in English. Shayar, Hamalawah, Larawad, Hana, Matawah, Wama, Na'ayam, Shabbat, Achim, Gam, Yachad, Kasaman, Matawah, Ayo, Haraash, Yerad, Ayo, Hazakwan, Zakwan, Aharan, Shayarat, Al-Panya, Marawafiwa, Katol, Karawan, Shayarat, Ayo, Haraya, Tazayawan, Kaya, Sham, Tazawa, Yahweh, Habaraka, Kayayam, Ay, Haywalam, Amam.
Psalms 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Most High commanded the blessing, even life forevermore. Bahashem Yahushai. Water.
Okay. All right, circle up. Let's salute everybody online and salute everybody in here. That was good. Yeah, you finished it. That's perfect.
Call it. Achim, Ahmad, Barak.
Turn to face the sisters. Call it.
Salute not the daughters of Zion, men of Israel, Ahmad, Barak.
Yeah, Matah dismiss. Say shalom to everybody online. Shalom. Love y'all, miss y'all. Brother, stay strong. Shalom. Did he get anointed? Yeah. My little chubby dude.
Chilling.